Welcome everyone to the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group for Wednesday, June 10th, 2020. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Education Department and part of the public teachings in English. My name's Rick Crammond. I'll be your host today, as usual, in these Keshe Plasma Reactor Groups for the last few years. And those who are used to these groups know what we do here, but for those who are just coming in, basically we discuss and show and tell our various devices and concepts relating to the plasma technology as taught by Mr. Mehran Keshe of the Keshe Foundation. And we try to incorporate other modalities into this workshop here as well. So we like to discuss a variety of things, but in the end we bring it back to the plasma technology and eventually to our connection to ourselves and to our universal community and world around us. Okay, well, I think we should get started with today's show. And I understand that our good friend Gianni would like to give us a live presentation today, which should be wonderful. So, Gianni, what do you have for us?
Hello. Good morning.
Hello.
Rick. Tienes que, John, tienes que oír.
He can't share his screen.
Oh, okay. We'll have to do something about that. We're getting some feedback through the speakers. I think Gianni might have speakers up loud.
Gianni, tenemos un retorno por tus parlantes.
¿Cómo? No te he escuchado muy bien, John.
Teníamos un retorno ahí. Tenemos un retorno por tus parlantes.
Maybe it's through your sound. Let's try.
No, I put mine off.
Okay, now, yeah, still getting no feedback. Okay.
Okay.
I'll mute mine and see.
¿Se puede ver?
Yeah, they're yours, Rick. Yours are feedbacking.
I think it's
yours.
Anyway. I don't think so, but we'll try.
When you were off, we didn't get the feedback.
Let me try it again.
Yeah, you just tried it again and it cuts off when you cut off your mic. I
see both your microphones going up and down at the same time when you're talking, so it's something strange with the system there. But let's give it a try and see if it works out. We might have to modify as we go along. Okay, so let's just double check my settings. I'm good.
May live stream playing up on you?
No, I'm good now, but it did cut out right after my part of the One Nation, One Planet, One Race speech.
Yeah, but I've got your live stream up also.
First time it's done that in a long, long time. I think they might have been deliberately suppressing me in that case. Okay, so can Gianni, I see he's got his video. Let me get it spotlighted and everything here.
Okay, ¿me puedes ver y escuchar?
Sí, Gianni, te podemos escuchar.
Ok.
Pero espera un cachito, espera que no tenemos la imagen todavía.
Just a second here while I stop my share. There.
Ahí ya la tenemos.
Hello.
¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo te va?
Maggie. La gatita se llama Maggie.
Maggie is a little cat.
que está cerca de un dispositivo plasmático.
¿De qué
Ok.
plasmático?
Sí, es una bobina nanocubierta. Una
Ah,
bobina.
she's by a nano-covered coil there. That's why she's sitting there.
Quería empezar por la entrada.
This is the entrance to this place, the
Y
oasis.
aquí tenemos CH3.
We got CH3 hanging at the door.
Porque como hemos hecho en el oasis Gianni Jetta, también todo el perímetro está con dispositivos nano y con GANs.
Just as we've done at our place, we've got different Infinite and GANs containers hanging on the perimeter.
Se puede ver, ¿sí, John?
Yes, sí, perfectamente.
Ok. Los Infinite, otros dispositivos, el GANs. Así. Y también abajo, Nico.
Move la cámara un poco más lento, Gianni.
Okay. Se puede ver, ¿sí?
Sí. You can see these small veils here. I've asked him to move the camera in a slow way.
Así, por arriba.
We got one up here.
Se puede ver las plantas, qué color tiene y qué tamaño.
Here you can see the plants, the way they've grown, very green and tall.
También hay otra probeta con gas, CO2.
And here there's another veil with some CO2 GANs.
CO2 y ZNO. Normalmente abajo es CO2 y ZNO y arriba CH3 y los infinitos y los dispositivos nano.
Down below, he normally has CO2 with zinc oxide, and up above the CH3, symphonites, and other paraphernalia with GANs.
Y eso ya está hecho pulverizado con nanoplantas. Con nanoplantas.
This is all sprayed with GANs water.
Y la madera también está hecho con fuego y con nanoplantas.
These are all made out of plants which have grown with the plasma, and the wood is burnt as this texture. Mi hija hace lo mismo en la carpintería, quema la madera. My daughter does the same thing. She burns the wood in her carpentry work.
Sí, antes de la tecnología del plasma, estaba utilizando el método de hacer con fuego la madera, pero si lo haces con cáustico y con nanoplantas y con pulverizar con nano, con GANs, es muchísimo mejor. Porque mira, después de la lluvia, la madera está, ya no está absorbiendo el agua.
¿Qué quiere decir con perder el agua? ¿Se mantiene verde? No.
No, estoy diciendo que si lo haces con plasma, con
Sí.
nanoplantas, se comporta mucho mejor.
All these woodworks, I burn them with the caustic soda, and the plants that have grown with nano process or GANs process, and they behave very much better in the rain.
Mira, donde no está hecho con fuego, ya se hace de un color negro y está absorbiendo agua, pero lo que está hecho ya no.
here, this hasn't been done with fire. This has been done with fire, but not nano covered with caustic.
Y aquí tenemos
Is losing the humidity, and the other one he showed us doesn't.
y aquí tenemos un manzano
Here we have an apple tree.
que ya quiere ir aquí en el oasis de Nico.
This is a neighbor's plant, and it wants to grow over our fence into the plasma field.
Aquí hay otros sistemas para tomates.
Here we got another system for tomatoes. He hangs some infinites up above and coils, nano-coated coils.
Y también los GANs abajo.
And the different ganses down below.
Y también aquí, Nico, la lavanda ya está floreciendo. Y
Here
todavía
todavía
es pronto para esta zona.
Lavender is already flowering here, and it's still very early for it to do so.
Aquí tenemos el tanque de 1000 litros.
This is a 1,000-liter tank to collect the rainwater.
Sí, con que estamos captando el agua de la lluvia.
¿Qué es eso verde ahí? ¿Una sandía?
¿Cuál?
Eso verde que tienes ahí medio cortado al medio. Sí.
No, es un soporte para plantas.
Parecía algún fruto raro.
No.
A shelf
claro,
for putting some plants.
Dentro hay aquaplasma. Y también aquí está también cuando ha empezado Nico con el gas en las bolsas.
And now we're also hanging some GANs in different containers.
Aquí también.
Here you can see the different vials.
Vials, I think you mean.
Vials,
John.
yeah. I was going to ask you, do you pronounce it vials or vials? Yeah.
I was wondering what you're talking about, vials, for a while, but now I get it again.
Y mira, aprovechando de todo, aquí hay ensalada en poco tierra. Hay de todo.
Here there's some lettuce that is growing with very poor earth.
Y eso es una planta que ha crecido sola.
And this is grown on itself, on its own.
What is that plant that he just pointed
¿Qué
out?
es, Gianni?
Es una planta, no sé cómo se llama en español. Es considerada una planta medicinal.
¿Qué es, albahaca?
No sé el nombre en español o en inglés.
¿Y cómo es en rumano?
Ceniza. Aquí es ceniza.
He doesn't know the name in Spanish. He hasn't got the foggiest idea.
Okay.
Todavía la casa Nico no está terminada. Vamos a finalizarlo ese año.
Nico's home is not finished yet. We're going to finish it this year.
Is that bamboo?
It's yeah, it must be very, not bamboo. It must be sort of, looks more like a sugar cane. It's more fragile, isn't it? Es una caña muy frágil, ¿no? No es bambú.
Sí, es caña, pero si se puede ver, hemos cubierto lo de metal que está, lo que tienen los vecinos.
Ah, we've covered the metal fence the neighbors have with all this.
Esto es bambú.
This is bamboo.
Y
Yeah, there's
aquí,
a big difference.
aquí ortiga que ya ha alcanzado 1,5 metros.
Ortiga. This is this prickly plant that gives you a rash. Ortiga.
Lila, John.
¿Qué lila?
Es lila, es una flor.
Ah, this is a type of flower. He calls it lilac, but I don't know what it's. A bit of a translation, maybe.
En
It's
rumano
a
se dice crin imperial.
In Romanian, we call it imperial hair.
Aquí es un vaso de 500 litros, como tenemos nosotros también. Y aquí Nico tiene botes con aquaplasma. Esos son botes.
Here we got a 500-liter container with the GANS water. ¿Y qué hace con las plantas ahí? ¿No se secan?
No, John. Aquí hemos hecho un experimento que lo tengo en vídeo. Después se mete todo dentro y después de unos días, el agua de la mitad del cubo está limpia y se puede beber. Y debajo se quedan todas las plantas y se hace como, es como está puesto en la fundación la purificación del agua. Y eso, el agua se queda limpia, pero después de una semana porque ya están puesto eso para hacerse como un macerado de plantas.
Here I'm doing an experiment. We fill this up with water and we put these plants that have been collected, which have been treated with plasma. And after a week, the water is completely clean and we could use that water for drinking. And well, and the plants continue purifying the water.
Aquí es el otro tanque de 1,000 litros.
This is another 1,000-liter tank.
Que está cubierto por una flor que se llama lonichera.
Lonichera.
Sí.
This is a plant that's covering this tank. It's called lonichera. I haven't got the foggiest idea what that is.
Groapa de compost.
Aquí es el agujero donde se pone todos los restos de vegetales y mira las patatas como han salido.
Here we have a hole in the ground where we leave all the debris from the plants and we make a compost out of all that's left over in there. And the plants are covering the whole thing up right now.
Las epurbetas con el gas de CO2 y ZNO están
Sí, escondidas.
repartidas en la tierra por todo.
We've got vials all over the place, hidden by the plants.
También los botes con agua.
Here's you've got some deposits with some GANS water also.
Y aquí ¿cómo se llama eso? La viña, ¿no?
Yeah,
John.
these are vines. They are grapes. uvas.
Sí, y que el soporte está hecho de bambú.
We make the support of the vine plant is made out of bamboo.
Y are probete jos man se vede.
También tiene abajo las probetas con gas.
We've also got the vials down below here, all over the place. Sí, tienes cubetas por todos lados, ¿no?
Sí, y ahora los vecinos
Quieren saber qué haces.
aquí el tanque, también Nico regala agua en ese tanque.
We're giving some water to our neighbors, and they're using it for their experiment also.
Pero se puede ver la diferencia.
But we can see the difference between their plants and ours.
Sí, pegar senciacolo.
Sí, y también, y John, ¿cómo se llama eso?
El fence, ¿cómo es? En castellano ahora no me acuerdo. En el cerco. El cerco de alambre. Wire
Ajá,
fence.
ok. También aquí tiene los dispositivos y todo eso.
You can see the different hanging up on the infinites also.
Y eso quería decir que también se ha visto, si los vecinos tratan las plantas de otra manera, para ellos se hace diferente.
Here you can see the neighbors treat their plants in a different way, and they grow in a different way also.
Echar para directo.
Gans?
Sí,
¿Con
¿del
plasma?
vecino o tuyo?
No, es de aquí, de Nico.
No, como está justo ahí, parecería que está del otro lado.
Y mira, una diferencia. Aquí Nico no ha cortado nada.
Here you can see Nico hasn't cut anything of the plants.
Y a
and
los
the wood.
vecinos como han cortado, mira qué han pasado con ellos.
And our neighbors have pruned their plants, and you can see the difference.
Otro manzano que es pequeño, pero está lleno de frutas.
This is another apple tree, and it's full of young fruit.
Y tiene 5 años de cuando
This is
está
a
puesto.
5-year-old tree.
Otro.
Another one.
Y nunca ha sido cortado.
This has never been pruned.
Está como querer crecer.
It grows the way it wants to.
Aquí de todo, zanahoria, tomates, todo tipo de
So you got
legumbres.
carrots and tomatoes and other vegetables.
Y aquí hemos tenido problemas con los vecinos de atrás y con el otro, vamos a explicarlo, porque las plantas crecen y ellos no quieren plantas. Y entonces al principio le cortaban y le tiraban en el oasis de Nico.
Here we got some troubles with this neighbor because he doesn't want any plants, and whatever is near his fence, they cut it up and throw it over to our place.
También hay botes, como se puede ver, de plástico también con agua.
Here you can see different bottles with gas water.
Así las plantas que se cortan, se rompen, claro, dejando las raíces, se meten en el cubo y después devolvemos otra vez a la tierra.
Whenever we cut the plants, we put them in water and put them into the earth again, and they recuperate.
Excuse me, John, we're still getting feedback through the speaker of Gianni when we speak. So when you speak, I get feedback, but when Gianni speaks, it's fine. So if we could sort that out before we carry on, that'd be
Well,
great.
I'll try giving the microphone whenever I speak alone.
Al final tenemos que hacer por todas partes, como hemos hecho aquí, cubrir todo con eso.
We
va a
have
venir-
had to use all these different canes here to cover up neighbors because they don't want the plants there.
Sí, porque como se puede ver también, los vecinos hacen esto muy alto para que no se vean y voy a mostrar cómo se ve en el otro lado.
The neighbors don't want to see the plants, so they make a high, tall fence, and so we cover it up so they won't see our plantation.
Y aquí mira las plantas, pero también un sistema con un tubo que hemos hecho hace creo que 5 o 6 años.
¿Qué es hidropónico?
No, es tierra, John.
Here we've got a pipe we've used as a earth container and got the plants all along.
Y mira qué tenemos aquí.
Un
¿Se puede-
amiguito.
Ah,
Here we got a small little friend, a snail. Los vecinos quieren ser muy prolijos, pero no quieren producir mucho.
John, no comment. Y respetamos lo que quieren ellos.
We respect our neighbors. They can do whatever they want.
We have a question from Comforter.
Yes, I saw his hand previously. What do you want to know, Comforter? Got a little ladybug.
What's your question, Comforter? Can you open your microphone?
Ok, solo quiero mostrar también en la casa un poquito y con eso hemos terminado.
I'll show you the rest here as we walk back to the home, and we've finished here. I'm still getting a feedback when my microphone's cut off. Huh?
The feedback is only when you talk, John, and it comes through Gianni's. Like when I talk right now, I can see his microphone is going. Johnny has too much volume on his speaker, and his speaker is feeding back to his microphone and causing an echo. So if you get him to turn down his speaker on his phone, I think it'll solve the problem.
Rick, no creo que es el mío porque solo estoy con el teléfono.
Sí, pero si debe tener mucho volumen en el parlante del teléfono y ahí es donde se produce el problema, porque yo apago mi micrófono y cuando habla Rick también se produce el problema.
El mío está a mitad.
Bueno, yo por lo menos no molesta tanto. Apparently it works on whoever's speaking. He's got his volume down to 50%.
Okay, well, it's the best we can do. You don't have to keep muting, John. I know that's a pain, and it's only when you speak that it's a problem. It doesn't feedback otherwise, so we're good there.
Okay.
No problem. I use my space bar to activate the microphone.
Okay, yeah.
Me he olvidado mostrar una cosa que es importante. El
I've
sol.
forgotten to show you an important thing here. El sol, el sol.
Sí, el sol que está más o menos a la mitad en esta zona.
Yeah, this he calls a sun. It's what he uses inside the home, and it also controls the temperature inside the home.
Y aquí es la terraza. Pero
We've got a terrace or a winter garden.
lo que quería mostrar es que está dentro. Todavía estamos trabajando aquí.
Here we started working inside our home with plants also.
Aquí una copa, una vida.
Here we got one cup, one life.
Pero que lo que quería mostrar son las flores que están suspendidas.
Here I wanted to show you the flower pots we got hanging up from the roof.
Que también tiene las etobetas con el GANS.
They've all got different vials with some GANS water. El techo de chapa galvanizada.
El techo no, es madera, pero es un folio que encima tenemos que poner otra madera.
Ajá. Es para controlar la condensación y temperatura. ¿No?
La temperatura, John, y además de la temperatura es porque no se sube el calor arriba.
Sí, sí, además no tiene condensación en invierno, me imagino.
Aquí no hay. Hemos parado la construcción para aprender la tecnología del plasma y son 3 años de cuando hemos parado porque aquí todo está hecho con GANs, con todo y por eso ahora hemos comprendido un poquito y vamos a finalizar la construcción.
Here we stopped the construction 3 years ago because we wanted to try out the different plasma construction, and now we're continuing our home here. And what we see on the roof is that foam to control temperature and humidity below the roof sheathing.
El sol.
Here you got another sun.
Y también aquí se puede ver las plantas, ya está todo.
Es el ático o segundo piso.
Sí.
This is the attic
Pero,
or second floor, yeah. See?
sí, tiene 70 metros cuadrados.
We got 70 square meters here.
Y también aquí las plantas se sienten maravilloso.
And here you can see the plants grow marvelously.
Aquí es un vaso de cobre nano cubierto en sosa cáustica.
This is a copper pan, which is nano covered with caustic soda.
Y aquí, como se puede ver, también se está secando las plantas.
And here you can see we also dry the plants on the floor.
Como se puede ver, en cada uno hay el GANS, el probeta con el GANS.
Here you can see the different vials with GANS water and some GANS.
Un dibujo hecho por Adora.
Plant. And here you got a drawing done by Berta.
Okay.
¿Qué pone debajo la pirámide?
Eso Nico sabe. ¿Qué tienes de desubt de piramida?
De desubt de piramidă. Nu, s-a jucat Adora cu ea.
Ah.
S-a
No.
jucat Adora cu ea. A pus-o pe cap. Și-o lăsat-o aici.
Ah, yo recuperaba el filo de la navaja ahí para
Ajá.
afeitarme.
Adora se está jugando con las pirámides y todo eso y la ha dejado en el sitio.
Dora's playing with the pyramids. I told him I used to recuperate my shaving machine's cutting ability below the pyramids. For over 20 years, I used the same razor blades.
Aquí también hay un pirámide de triskeliones, nanocubierta.
Yeah, you've got another pyramid made out of copper and it's nano-coated.
Y Nico, como nosotros, como el equipo Petrilan, estamos jugando con todo lo que me dice nuestra alma.
As you can see here in we play around with all the GANs and plasma materials.
Y gracias por poder compartir todo eso con usted. Gracias al señor Keshe y gracias a todos los buscadores de conocimiento.
Gracias por todos.
Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Keshe, for teaching us this GANs plasma technology.
Si hay preguntas, con placer.
If you got any questions, just shoot.
Well, thank you very, very much, Gianni, for that demonstration, and Nicole. And we have a question from Comforter regarding last week's presentation, he says. Can you open your microphone, Comforter?
Yes.
Hello.
Hi, go ahead with your question.
Hello, sir. How are you today?
Good.
Great. In last week's presentation, I seem to think I heard mention that all of the property is running on an energy not connected to any grid. Is that correct?
That's in his place, yes, and this other place, I'll ask him. Gianni, acá también no tiene conectada la energía eléctrica.
And I'm wondering if it may be possible to ask, please, for possibly a little more information about how it's possible to do that. Like, is he using windmills and solar panels, or what kind of
Yeah. Gianni, ¿puedes
source
escucharnos?
he uses for his energy in the premises? Thank you, sir.
He showed a solar panel, I believe, last week, wasn't it, up on the roof? That might
In
not
fact,
be the
I've
only
seen
one.
so many of his presentations, I can't even remember. And he's also been in Ursula's Oasis in France, in Provence.
Well, perhaps you can ask him if he can explain better about that. I know he
Yeah,
doesn't
but
use
I don't
very
know if
much
he's
power.
listening to. Gianni, ¿estás a la escucha? Apparently, he hasn't got his earphone on or his phone nearby. But yes, and he controls the temperature with those suns. The sun is made out of 4 different plastic tubes, two inside the other thicker ones, one inside the other, and with a ping pong ball in the middle. And with that, he controls the temperature in that place and in his home and his lab. Sometimes he's got up to 18 degrees below 0 centigrades outside. And he has a wooden home. He smokes, so he keeps the windows open. And he's got 18 degrees below 0 outside. And he's got about 18 to 22 degrees inside. he also hangs different infinites and gadgets on the corners, all nano coated. And in fact, all his cooking is he cooks in a raw way. He doesn't cook he doesn't do any fire cooking at all. He even makes his bread in the sun.
Right. So what most people would use their electricity for to create heat or to create heat for cooking, heat for your to heat your home or heat for cooking, he doesn't use. That's pretty significant. He probably
In the
gets up
lab,
with
he only uses a heat for the oven because they do some
some special
what do you call it?
coatings and so on.
No, but he does the dental work, so he
Oh,
needs it
right.
for cooking his different teeth there.
Mhm.
And there, where he's experimented with a different hot nano coating with different temperatures, he gets different colors in the copper. You've seen this previously, haven't you, Rick?
Yeah, definitely. You can do that just on a stovetop and with a copper penny or a copper plate and watch the color changes happen as the temperature goes up. It's quite
Yes,
amazing,
but
actually.
the copper remains with the color. It's silver colored, gold colored, black colored. He
Right.
gets a hell of a lot of different colors.
If you hold it at a certain temperature for a certain time and so on. Yeah, yeah. It's quite
Yeah,
interesting.
in those ovens, he's got the controls the temperature, and as he varies the temperature, he gets a different color tones.
Yep, and that's basically just the size of the crystal and how it reflects the light. And there's a very specific scale with copper, and you can tell the size of the nano coating basically by the color of it. Same as they do with gold. To get the color red for, what do you call it? Stained glass windows. In the old days of the medieval times, they would use gold to get that red color. It's basically they would do a process with the gold to make it into solution, and when it turned a certain color, then that was, you knew it was ready as the red for the dye for the glass. And even though they didn't know about nanotechnology back then, that was what they were doing, was creating a certain size gold nanoparticle that reflects the light at a certain wavelength of red. And that's what we see as the red color in stained glass windows primarily.
Last week I mentioned the black gold. There's an Argentine jeweler that has patented this, and he does a mixture of gold with different metals, and he gets a gold which is completely black. Is very special jewelry he makes.
Well, that the gold in the stained glass windows has special properties in that those windows actually act as air decontamination centers, you could say. The gold, they find that in the nano scale actually ionizes the oxygen of the air and creates these very powerful ozone molecules around the air, which are around the window, which actually cleans the air. So it's interesting that they would use stained glass windows as basically an air cleaning device in a church. They probably need it with all the burning of the incense and so on. So and fires and so on to keep warm. Okay, so Johnny, oh, I see Johnny wanted in here. Let me promote you. I got a couple of promotions to do to panelists here. Dean coming in and Ursula. Just bring you all in as panelists. It's easier to deal with that way. So Comforter, did you still have a question? And Angelica had a question too. What kind of ganses are used in the suns? Can Gianni answer that?
He normally uses the 4 typical basic ganses. He puts one thin hose pipe inside the thicker one. And so he uses 4 different ones there, and a basic CO2 one in the ping pong ball, which is the soul of the sun, let's put it this way.
Soul of the sun. Okay, any other questions for Johnny, or does anyone have something else they'd like to bring up?
Ursula can give you an idea also of all the different things he's done over at her place in Provence.
Okay, Gianni, you should be able to unmute there. I think it was checked, it was set up so people couldn't unmute, I believe. Should be okay now.
John.
Sí, adelante.
Estaba parado el micrófono por el host. Todos los micrófonos. Por eso no pudo hablar.
Ah, it says his microphone was closed by the host, by your. So that's why he couldn't speak.
Yeah, all the microphones were turned off because it's somehow that was unchecked and I didn't do that. But anyway, yeah, go ahead.
Ahí, Gianni, puedes hablar ahora. Él no se dio cuenta. Disculpa.
Sí, intentaba hablar y nada. Como has dicho, en el sol hemos puesto los 4 ganses de base.
Sí, yo ya les comenté eso, sí. Y en la pelotita de ping pong que le pones el CO2, me imagino.
Eso depende de lo que queremos hacer.
Uh-huh. In the ping pong ball, it all depends on what effect we want to. He puts different ganses into it. Querían saber cómo alimentaba la energía en la casa.
Eso quería decir, porque fue la primera pregunta.
Ajá,
en el oasis de Jeje no estamos conectados a la luz general.
¿Qué tienen? ¿Alguna pantalla solar?
Tengo, sí, un panel pequeño solar de 20 voltios, 20 vatios, y que también está por unos dispositivos nanocubiertos. Por eso tengo luz y para cargar teléfonos y todo. Bueno, está cargando las baterías del coche también por la noche.
Uh-huh. Yeah, at our place we don't have a electricity utility connection. We use a 20-watt solar panel, and we use it for lighting, charging our phones, and we've got old car batteries as a reserve with those solar panels.
Y también tengo, como tiene Nico aquí, y voy a mostrar dentro de un momento.
I'll show you in a moment what Nico has here at her place.
Y voy a abrir otra vez la cámara. Así. ¿Se puede ver?
Te vemos chiquito, tenés que hacerlo en grande. Ahí está.
Yo tengo dos y Nico también tiene aquí para la luz. El panel está arriba.
These are
Okay.
two lights. We have it around the place with connected to the solar panel up above.
Que es con célula de eso de presencia.
Fotovoltaica.
Sí,
Sí, la fotovoltaica.
sí. Y aquí en casa de Nico está conectada a la luz, pero no tiene muchos cables.
Here she has a utility connection, but she doesn't have many cables or connections and uses.
We're not seeing the video. Not seeing the video. Stop.
Se nos
somehow.
cortó de nuevo, Gianni.
¿Ahora me escuchan?
Te escuchamos, sí, pero la imagen se cortó.
Ah, ok, ahora sí que se puede ver.
Ahí estamos viendo el viejo de la bolsa.
Y aquí, mira, está la luz y también, no sé cómo se llama eso.
¿El tubo fluorescente?
No, es eso que se enciende la luz solo cuando te estás moviendo y se hace de noche.
Ah, la verdad que no lo conozco eso. Es un
Es-
sensor.
Sensor of
seguramente.
movement.
Sensor de movimiento.
Ah, it's a movement sensor and it puts on the light at nighttime.
Mm.
Y aquí en casa Nico también tiene arriba en el tejado un panel solar para calentar el agua con 30 tubos.
Here up above also Nico has a panel, solar panel for heating the water with 30 different tubes.
Yeah,
¿Qué tubos usa? ¿Los chinos? ¿Esos vacíos?
No, lo he comprado y he instalado hace 6 años, no, 5 años, y voy a intentar mostrarlo. Si se puede
Sí,
ver.
deben ser los hot pipe. Those must be the hot pipes the Chinese are making. Have you ever heard of the hot pipe, Rick? I imagine so.
we've
Mira,
lost the video. Okay, we've got the video back again. Not sure what you're talking about there.
Me
puede
voy,
ver?
sí, no, tenemos más hacia la derecha. Ahí está. They got a solar panel that heats the water up.
Oh, okay. Solar hot water heater.
Yeah, because the Chinese now use the hot pipes. I don't know if you've seen them. They're crystal or glass, very thick glass pipes, which have
Yes.
the hot pipe effect.
No, I haven't seen that.
John,
We lost the video again.
Hemos perdido el vídeo de nuevo. ¿Qué querés, Gianni?
Thank you.
le he comprado cuando salieron por la primera vez los heat pipe.
I bought these 6 years ago when they first came out. The hot
Y
pipe is, déjame explicar cómo funcionan. Normally inside the glass tube, you got normally they're crystal or copper pipes. They're painted black and they've got
Y John, puedo decir, si hay, está funcionando en los tubos. ¿Me escuchan?
Sí, yo te escucho. Yo tenía cortado el micrófono. My microphone was off. That's why nobody could hear me. Sí, adelante.
Y el líquido de circulación es antigel, es eso para enfriar, que resisten a una temperatura de menos 40 grados centígrados. Bajo
Sí,
cero.
¿sabes cómo funcionan, Gianni? Tenés
Sí.
vapor de agua a muy baja presión. Entonces, apenas recibe un poco de luz, el agua se vaporiza y calienta en la parte de arriba de los tubos.
Sí, y en lo que circula por dentro es ese líquido de refrigeración
Ajá.
que resisten a una temperatura de 40 grados bajo cero.
Ajá. This panel works with a special liquid, refrigerating liquid, which works at up to 40 degrees below zero.
Y
Congela.
en el invierno con 20 grados bajo cero está calentando agua a 30 grados.
And in winter, if we've got 20 degrees below zero outside, it's heating the water up to 30 degrees centigrade.
Y lo que quería decir, eso es la primer casa independiente de la zona.
This is the first independent, it has no connection to the utilities in the zone.
Porque he hecho al principio, cuando he construido la casa, he hecho un pozo debajo de la casa donde he encontrado el agua.
Aha. When I first started building the home, we made a hole in the earth and we found some water, so we get the water there. We've got a water fountain coming up from down below.
Y funciona de maravilloso.
And it
Y
works marvelously.
Y todavía
Hemos perdido la imagen de nuevo.
Sí, he parado la imagen porque ya no es.
Fenómeno. I've stopped the image.
Quería decir que todavía estamos experimentando para obtener la energía eléctrica como nos está enseñando el señor Keshe, y tenemos que trabajar por eso.
Here we're still experimenting to see if we can provide the electrical energy as Mr. Keshe has taught us. We're still experimenting.
Y he dicho que la casa es independiente porque consuma muy poco, digamos, energía personal.
The home consumes very little energy from the provider.
Y claro, todo que hacemos está muy bien para todo el medio.
And whatever we've installed, it's prepared to consume very little energy.
Gracias.
Thank you. Gracias, Gianni.
Very good. Thank you, Johnny, for explaining that.
Rick, you can find the hot tube effect if you got a tube at an angle and it's evacuated with a bit of water down below, and the condensation temperature varies, so that it evaporates when the heat hits it down below. It evaporates up to the top, and then it condenses it back down again, and that produces the effect of taking the heat from down below to the top part of the tube. It's called hot pipe effect.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Rick, hi, it's Dean here from the UK. Hello, everybody. Can I ask Gianni a question, if that'd be okay?
Yes.
Do so, yeah, go ahead.
Hi, Gianni, how did you manage to get your spring water? Did you douse for it, or did you just find it another way?
He just made a hole in the earth and he found the water down below the home he was building.
So just through sheer luck, he didn't actually, douse for it or any other way.
Gianni, no hiciste ninguna pesquisa del agua con la ramita de durazno, ¿no?
¿Puedes repetir, por favor?
Dean quiere saber cómo encontraste el agua, así por casualidad o lo buscaste con los dowsers.
He sentido donde tenía agua debajo.
Intuición.
Sí.
Yeah, he's just by sheer intuition, his intuition. He felt there was water down below and he found it.
Antes
Sí.
de eso, un momento, antes de eso, los vecinos intentaban encontrar agua, pero no han tenido éxito.
Our neighbors have tried to find water and they haven't been able to do so.
Quería hacer un proyecto común con el vecino, pero después, cuando empezó a trabajar para construir la casa, he sentido que tengo agua debajo.
When I started building the home here, I felt there was water down here, and so I found it, and the neighbors managed to find any water.
Y tenemos hecho todo manual, porque no hemos podido entrar con máquinas aquí.
All this we've done by hand because we haven't been able to come in with any machinery.
Y tiene un pozo como 4 metros de profundidad.
And our water hole is about 4 meters deep.
Y
Oh, well.
otros 4 metros donde he metido tubos de hierro zincado con agujeros.
And we've got another hole which I've lined with the well with galvanized pipes with some holes in it to let the water seep in.
Y el volumen que se puede extraer diario es 2.000 metros, 2.000 litros de agua.
I have managed to get hold of 2,000 liters a day from these wells.
Por eso hemos regalado al vecino el tanque. Y
¿Le
Nico está-
regalaste el tanque?
El tanque de 1.000
para...
litros.
Sí. That's why we've given our neighbor this 1,000 liter tank so he can collect the water there.
Gianni, so you used your intuition, your soul to find this water. Through these teachings, you've learned to use your soul. So you connected and found the water through that intuition, through your soul. Is that correct?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
John, por favor, si puedes traducir también en español, porque es mejor para Nico y para los que escuchan. Gracias.
Dean preguntaba si vos habías descubierto el agua por tu intuición o también por lo que has aprendido con las enseñanzas de Keshe.
Sí, como he dicho, sí, pero lo hago de mucho tiempo.
Sí, es decir, que la intuición ya la tenías de antes. Te
Sí.
comento, un hermano mío que ya falleció, acá a 1.000 kilómetros donde me encuentro yo, él tuvo que bajar a un pozo hecho a mano de 180 metros. Tuvo que bajar
Wow.
para arreglar un caño allá abajo.
Wow.
I've just said to Johnny, my brother who has died 10 years ago, 1,000 kilometers from where I am, he had to go down a 180-meter well to fix a pipe down there below. That well was made by hand previously.
That's amazing. That's amazing, John. John, thank you for that. I've just suddenly thought something as well. One of Mr. Cumter's putting something in the chat, and it's true in England and places like this around the world. You can gather the rain water off the roofs and things because there's lots of rain. But in Romania and other parts of the world, I don't know what's the rain. The amount of rain that you actually receive, is it enough to collect the rain directly instead of going into a well?
Yeah, all depends on the region. Where Gianni is, Gianni, ¿qué altura sobre el nivel del mar estás? A 1.800 metros, ¿no?
No, John, aquí estamos en la ciudad Yo estoy un poquito más arriba, entre 700 y 900 metros, porque no se sabe muy claro.
They're in a city, this place he has shown us today, but where his home, which last week, they're between 700 and 900 meters over the seawater level.
Y aquí donde está Nico son 650 metros.
Here where we are right now, it's 650 meters over sea level. And well, up in those mountains, I imagine they've got more of a humidity than down by the sea level. ¿No es cierto, Gianni? Tienen más humedad ahí arriba que cuando están más en un nivel más bajo, ¿no?
Sí, John, el próximo miércoles voy a mostrar qué pasa donde no hay vegetación, donde no hay plantas. La tierra está seca, pero donde hay plantas nunca está seca, sí, no importa si hay lluvia o no. Pero claro, con el sistema de plasma.
Next week, I'll show you another place where there's very little humidity, and normally they don't have any plants, but wherever we put the plants, these plants keep the humidity there in the zone.
Por ejemplo, aquí, cuando sale el sol, así a las 4 de la tarde, también hay humedad en el suelo y debajo de las plantas. Pero donde se está trabajando, como sabe todo el mundo, ya está seco todo.
Where the plants are, and at 4 in the afternoon, where the plants are, and we're not working with the earth, the humidity is this earth. But wherever we work the earth, tilling the earth, it dries up at 4 in the afternoon.
Esto hemos visto muy claro porque has visto son muchísimas plantas suspendidas.
As you can see, we have a lot of suspensions, and that keeps the humidity. Sí, adelante, Jan.
Don't forget our country. It's most riches of rivers and water. You find water almost everywhere. It's not important the height of sea level.
Cuando va a venir Dean en Rumanía, vamos a mostrar cómo se está produciendo el agua en el domo plasma que estamos construyendo. Ya están hechos 8.
Gianni tells Dean that whenever he comes along here, when he's promised to come over and see our places, we'll show him how we managed to create the humidity inside the domes. The humidity effect sort of thing.
Is that self-sustaining, John? Sorry, to jump in. Is that self-sustaining then? So the water's condensing down, and then you're gathering more water to feed the plants and food?
I imagine the plants produce that effect and keep the humidity inside the dome. La humedad mantiene con las plantas mantiene la humedad dentro. Oh, Gianni.
Sí, y eso pasa solo en los domos que están plasmatizados.
¿Están qué?
Solo pasa en los domos que están plasmatizados.
Sí, no, se entrecortó, por eso te preguntaba. This effect we get in the domes which have been plasmatized.
Y claro,
treated with plasma.
Claro, eso porque está con los magraf de las que llamamos los hombres verticales.
And all this is produced through the vertical people's plasma effect.
Nosotros solo hemos plasmatizado del principio la madera y el plástico para los domos y hemos puesto probetas y así con las armas de las plantas ya se hacen todo lo necesario.
When we built the domes, we treated all the wood and the plastic with ganses, and with the plants, we get this effect of keeping the humidity down inside.
So that's the oasis, that beautiful ecosystem, that the plants, our vertical friends, are very important to sustain it all and to keep the oasis buoyant and beautiful along with the plasma. Would that be so, Gianni?
Yes, yes, exactly. I imagine on our skin, the effect the hairs on our skin do is a similar effect, keeps the moisture on our skin, I imagine.
So why do we lose our hairs, John, as we get older then?
Some of us don't have any hair. I don't have any beard.
It's too short.
Yeah. Or very thin.
Well, some parts of the earth are desert and some parts are lush and green. And it
Yeah.
changes over time.
Yeah. Age effect.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we all change conditions, I think, that's for sure. It's very beautiful, Gianni, what you're doing in the Oasis. As I said, I will come and see you. I look forward to seeing all the beauties that you've produced in your Oasis. It looks amazing. It looks something that many people would love to replicate, I'm sure, and will be doing so in the future. I'm sure that even in the present moment, I think many people will start to understand that those sort of conditions are required around this planet now to sustain ourselves and to sustain the planet, which is a beautiful thing. Thank you, Gianni. Thank you once again.
Me imagino que entendiste, pero quieres que te haga un resumen. Dean agradece todo lo que nos has mostrado y es hermoso lo que están haciendo en esos oasis, y él próximamente va a ir a visitarlos para poder ver todo el lindo trabajo que han logrado ahí en la zona.
Thank you,
Muchas
Dean.
gracias.
Gracias, y eso, claro, es la intención, porque he hablado con los compañeros que trabajan con el plasma en Rumanía para hacer una visita por todos los que quieren compartir lo que han hecho con el plasma.
Yeah, here we got a group which are getting together to show the people the effect we get with all the plasma here and all the different oases we're building. Domes also. Estás haciendo varios domos también, ¿no?
Sí, he hecho una invitación para que podamos ir en varias zonas de Rumanía para mostrar qué estamos haciendo para compartir con todo el mundo.
We're organizing a show here to show people how we work with the plasma technology and the effects we get with all this. Gianni, una pregunta. La madera con que construyes el domo, ¿de qué tamaño es? Los listones de madera.
5 por 5 centímetros.
2 por 2 pulgadas.
Sí.
¿Y haces los triángulos y después armas el domo?
Sí.
I've asked him what's the size of the wood he uses. He uses 2 by 2 inches.
También,
for constructing the domes.
También, si estás de acuerdo, en próxima semana o otra, podemos mostrar cómo se puede construir un domo.
Sí, me encantaría, Gianni, porque le quiero enganchar a mi hija que haga uno también. I told he's going to show us in a couple of weeks how to construct the domes, and I've told him I'd love to see it because my youngest daughter that lives with me, she works in carpentry, and I would like her to construct also.
Y claro, vamos a empezar como preparamos el nano de plantas y la sosa para hacer nano cubrimiento, todo que hacemos.
We'll show you all the process of how it's all treated. También que quema la madera y después la tratas con plasma.
Sí.
Treat the wood by... Sí, adelante.
Lo primero que hacemos, cortamos la madera, los ángulos y las medidas, y después lo hacemos con fuego, y luego pulverizar con plasma.
Uh-huh. All the bits of wood are all cut to sizes and angles. They're all treated with fire and then with plasma, and then they're put together, the different triangles, and then the triangles are put together to form the dome.
Después estamos montando los triángulos, poner el plástico y hacer el montaje.
¿El plástico lo agarras a los triángulos primero o lo pones después por arriba?
Primero.
He forms the triangles, puts the plastic on the different triangles, and then starts constructing the dome with the different triangles. In fact, the triangles have different angles, so they all sort of get together to form the dome. You got different sizes and angles, and say you got 6-sided and 5-sided figures on the dome. Tenés figura que se forma con 5 y 6 triángulos en el domo, ¿no es cierto?
Hexágono y pentágono.
Exactamente.
Y después, cuando está montado, estamos pulverizando por dentro con plasma de CO2 ZNO y CO2 con magnesio, y por fuera con CH3.
Once the dome is constructed, we pulverize inside the dome with CO2 and zinc oxide, and on the outside with CH3.
Y lo que hemos hecho, estos experimentos, es voluntariado.
¿Es que voluntariado?
Sí.
All these experiments are done with voluntary workers.
Y estamos trabajando con los que empiezan a aprender o utilizan la tecnología del plasma.
We're doing this with people that are starting to learn about the Keshe Foundation, the plasma technology.
Y otra cosa que es importante es la actitud cuando estamos trabajando con colaborando con las armas verticales, digamos actitud como tratamos las plantas.
Another thing we've managed to observe is the attitude of the different persons that work with us, and the attitude towards the plants when they're putting the gardens together.
La intención para cuando hemos empezado ese proyecto,
the intention they put into whatever work they're doing,
fue para mostrar un método de, digamos, cultivar todo lo que necesitamos.
We managed to get them to learn how to put all this to work.
En poco espacio, poco tierra.
In very little amount of room or earth, garden.
Pero aprender juntos a crear un medio.
We've all learned how to create this this oasis on the land.
Para todas las almas.
for all the different souls that are involved.
Y por eso quiero hacer que leamos la caravana del plasma.
That's why I want to put together a caravan of plasma, a plasma caravan, to teach the different people along the way.
Para que se vean que en zonas diferentes de un país se puede lograr cosas maravillosas trabajando con el alma y con tecnología del plasma.
So the people can get involved and learn how to, in different zones, we get the same effect working with the vertical people and all the different weathers and effects on the land.
Gracias.
That's very beautiful, Gianni. Thank you very much for that. That's really very enlightening. Can I just ask one? Sorry, I don't want to take up too much time, but if I can ask you one more question. The substrate, the skin of the dome, you found plastic. Is there not another way to use a different skin that's more natural? Is plastic the best way?
¿Entendiste, Gianni? ¿Sería factible usar otro material en vez del plástico para el domo?
Sí, y aquí gracias por la pregunta porque puedo aclarar otra cosa.
Here, thank you for the question. Here I'll clear up some other concepts.
Normalmente,
Adelante,
normalmente no es necesario el plástico.
Normally we use a plastic, pero
Y lo podemos hacer solo con el alma y con los ganses, como me ha mostrado el señor Keshe.
te desapareciste un poco, Gianni. We get the effect with our intention and the plasma technology.
Yes. Y además de eso, lo hacemos con madera y plástico porque la gente todavía quiere ver algo físico.
We still make it with wood and plastic because the people want to see something in a matter state.
Porque como has visto en los dos oasis, no hemos hecho ningún domo físico.
As you have seen in the two oases I've shown you, we haven't built any domes, and we've got the same effect in the garden with no dome over them.
Sí, pero tenemos el efecto de domo plasma.
We have the dome effect in a plasma technology.
Y por eso hemos hecho el experimento, porque así podemos aprender y comprender juntos.
We've done this experiment because this is the way we could all learn together and profoundly.
Yeah, that all makes total sense. Thank you very much, Gianni. As we all know that there will come a time when, in a moment, when we won't need physical things. We will be able to produce the dome through our soul and through our own intentions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
¿De qué altura hace los domos, Gianni? ¿3 o 4 metros?
4 metros. El diámetro es 8 metros.
Ajá.
Y en el suelo tiene 50 metros cuadrados.
Ajá.
Hemos elegido eso por el costo de la madera.
We have chosen an 8-meter diameter dome, which has about 100 square meters coverage, and it's about 4 meters tall. And we've chosen this size because of the cost of the wood.
Y tenemos una calculadora que hace todos los cálculos.
Sí, vos me lo enviaste, ¿no? Es para calcular todos los ángulos y los largos.
Sí, y el tipo que estamos practicando se llama Good Karma.
Ajá. Here he has a formula where it gives you all the angles and lengths of the different wood pieces to construct the domes, and it's called wood karma.
Y aquí
Very,
quiero,
very beautiful.
Pardon?
Sorry,
quiero,
Gianni.
quiero agradecer a Horacio Moga de Cluj,
I want to thank Horatius,
porque con él ha aprendido a hacer los domos, empezando con 15 de enero ese año.
I started learning with him, with Horatius, on the 15th of January this year, how to construct these domes.
Y es maravilloso que hemos podido sentir haciendo todo eso. Gracias.
And it's marvelous we've managed to do with all this. Gianni, ¿nos podés poner la página donde se enseña todo eso? Pues ya me lo había facilitado, pero se lo podemos pasar a todos los que están mirando acá el curso. ¿Qué te parece?
El calculadora para el domo.
Exactamente, sí, o dónde poder conseguir la información.
Ok, de momento estamos construyendo una página, trabajando para todo lo que hemos hecho. Y no es nada.
Fine. In the moment, right now, we're putting together a page where I can teach you how to build those domes with the different lengths of material and angles and what have you. So in the near future, you'll have all information.
Pero sí que el calculadora lo voy a poner dentro de poco.
But the way you calculate the angles and all this, I'll put them in a while on the chat.
Thank you.
With 5 or 6 different types of wood you have to cut with different angles and lengths to get the effect of making the hexagons and pentagons on the dome.
Is the dome scalable? Is there an optimum size? Because can you make it for a community as well as for individuals?
Yes, because the dome, you just vary the length of the wood, you maintain the angles, and you just make it bigger or smaller, just by varying the length of the lumber.
The famous one was in Expo 67 in Montreal, where they had an international exposition, and people or countries from all over the world had their exhibits in Expo 67. And I believe it was the Americans or the Russians? I think it was the Russians that had the dome. It was a huge dome put together with triangles. It's all
the biodome.
Buckminster Fuller. Pardon me?
Was it called the biodome? I thought it was American.
I think it is American. Yeah, I think Russians had like a square building or something, but the Americans had this big, round, magnificent.
They called it the biodome.
It's actually a sphere more than a dome even.
Yeah.
Yeah. So and it's all triangles. And you mentioned scaling it. Well, I was going to mention, if you go down to the actual virtual scale where people are creating models of reality, let's say, or models of their vision in their mind or whatever, anything you can think of, you could make in the virtual world. Well, those items, those things, objects that are made in the virtual world, one of the techniques is with what's called mesh, using mesh and meshing. And that's basically triangles. It's all a bunch of little triangles. And according to how big the triangles are, if you can use big triangles, then it doesn't take as much horsepower in your computer to run the animation and so on, to actually make it all hooked together. If you have billions of tiny little triangles, then it's computer intensive. It takes a lot of energy in order to process all that. So they try to make as big of triangles as possible, but still not make it look too chunky, like there's rough edges on your dome and so on and so forth. So it's interesting, though, that this is scalar in many ways, because when you think about it, that triangular surface with 3 points. So you have 3 points, and the 3 points are connected with lines to be the outside of that triangular surface. And it's basically a two-dimensional because it's flat, and it's the smallest geometrical shape, or the least amount of sides on a geometrical shape that can still be a shape. So if you only had 2 spots instead of 3 to base your surface on, there wouldn't be a surface, because 2 points just makes a line. But if you extend that line with 3 points into a surface, then you have a triangle, and that's the least amount of points you can put together and actually start to create a surface that you could actually see. So this is like the first manifestation from the fields, from the points that are like without dimension. They produce a dimension from that tension between them, you could say. And it's the same with the triangles in the structures that Johnny or others work with. That triangle is extremely strong in itself, and you hook it together with other triangles, and you've got a structure, and you can really work with that. So in the same way, you could see how fields could be generated that interact with each other and create that same kind of skin condition. And it's not too far-fetched to imagine where that could go. It's even being done in terms of growing mushrooms, and you can grow an actual mushroom mycelium skin in any shape you like now, and it can harden into a leather-like or even a hard plastic type condition from that growing that skin. So you can imagine different types of domes that might be created. We were mentioning some alternatives to the plastic, for example. Perhaps we could create a clear organic dome that grows itself from the fields that are created, that are set up to allow it to manifest itself. Or who knows? That's just what came to my mind right now.
Si estás de acuerdo, puedo poner algunas fotos con los domos.
See, Johnny is going to show us some pictures of the domes. And if you open that page he's put in the chat, you get an idea that you've got the different colors of the lumber, the way you cut it with different angles and shapes, and you construct the dome with the hexagons and pentagons.
¿Se puede ver?
Oops, I think...
yeah, there you got the...
There's the dome.
This is the page that gives you an idea how to cut the lumber.
Right. Oh, I see it's 3D, so you can move it around. That's pretty cool. Huh, that's good. Yeah, thank you.
Eso es el tipo que se llama V3. Nosotros hemos hecho la versión V2. Esto significa 2 tipos de triángulos. Eso tiene más.
There are 2 systems. There's a UV3 and the UV2. He's built them with the UV2. The UV3 has more different types of lumber put together, different shapes.
Si queréis, puedo poner las imágenes con los domos.
Sí, podría ser, Gianni, por favor. He wants to show us images where you can see the way he's constructed the domes.
¿Se puede ver?
Sí. ¿Le pones algún tipo de adhesivo entre los triángulos para que el agua no se filtre entre los plásticos?
No, hay que se llama scotch, una banda de plástico que es para unir el plástico que se ve.
Ah, que el doble adhesivo.
Sí. No, solo adhesivo, no doble.
Ah, porque hay cinta de doble adhesivo que también lo puedes poner.
Sí, no es necesario. Solo
Ajá.
un adhesivo scotch. Aquí es donde hemos montado 4 domos. Estoy encima de él. Aquí es una altura de 4 metros.
There you can see I'm on top of the dome 4 meters high.
Y también se ha podido ver el sol que está debajo.
And you can see the sun inside the dome.
Ok, gracias.
Johnny, just a minute. It looks like each of the triangles are separately made. Like keep the picture right there. We see a seam in between each triangle. Like
Yeah,
I can
exactly. The
point 'em out.
triangle made individually because they're different shapes,
Right.
different
So I'm
angles.
asking,
Yeah.
yes. So I'm asking, how is it sealed in between when
That's
there's
what
no
I've asked
outer
him.
cover?
He
Oh,
just has a scotch tape there in between that it's only one-sided sticker on the scotch. It must have some spongy effect like you've got on your window seals, what you seal the windows with.
like a weather stripping sort of thing.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
Es
Boy,
un
I think it would
scotch de
leak.
7 centímetros.
¿De cuánto? ¿De 20 centímetros? No,
7,
de 2.
7 centímetros.
Ah, it's a 70 centimeter, nearly 3 inches wide scotch seal.
Okay.
También se puede construir con otros materiales. No hace falta utilizar madera. Se puede hacer con bambú, con plástico, varios materiales. Pero hemos elegido...
La madera. Sí, es más fuerte, me imagino, porque queda mejor sellado.
Sí, eso lo hacemos con madera porque la gente todavía, como he dicho, quiere tener algo que parece muy, muy sólido.
We still make them with wood because it's the effect you get. The people think they're much more solid, but you can make them out of different materials like bamboo or other materials. But I imagine the way you put it together with wood is much more resistant.
Eso porque todavía tenemos que aprender qué es un domo y qué energía está generando la forma.
We still have to learn what the dome effect is and the energy that is involved to keep it in that shape.
Estamos trabajando también con otros materiales, pero vamos a mostrarlo cuando está hecho.
We're testing out different other materials, but we show it to you whenever we built up.
No he utilizado el metal porque no me gusta mucho que siento donde hay un red de hierro, por ejemplo, otro metal.
I haven't used any metals because I don't like the effect on the metallic effect on my dome.
Esto es solo porque para que comprendo yo. Son maravillosos, pero yo he elegido ese camino.
This is the way I feel about doing these domes. I feel much at ease with the wood.
Thank you.
Gracias a ti, Gianni.
Johnny, do you use metal nails to put together the triangles and so on?
¿Cómo unes los triángulos? ¿Con clavos o qué otro material?
De momento utilizamos tornillos, pero también se puede unir con tacos de madera.
Ah, ¿los tornillos son pasante con tuerca o tornillo de madera?
Ahora que hemos hecho con tornillos con tuerca.
Uh-huh. Now we've built them with bolts, not some bolts, thin nuts and bolts, but you can use wooden pegs also, or different other materials. You could
Con
also use screws.
Con tacos tardas mucho para hacer todos los triángulos.
With different pegs, you take much more time to put it all together.
Sale más barato, pero
It's
tardas más.
cheaper, but you take longer to make them.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
I imagine you also feel safer with a nut and bolt.
Yeah, depending on who's doing the wooden pegging.
Yeah, exactly.
Thinking copper bolts might be nice, or copper nails.
Yeah, the ones that you used to use in making the boat, the wooden boats in the olden times.
John, se puede hacer también de tubos de cobre, nano cubierto, pero tiene muchísima energía.
You could also make them with copper tubes, but they have nano-coated copper tubes, but they have a hell of a lot of energy.
Yeah, it would probably tend to be a bit cold in the winter, I would think, too. Okay. Any other questions for Johnny? I thank you very, very much, Johnny. Wonderful presentation. Nice to see the work you're doing. Gans bottles all over the place. It's wonderful.
Gracias por mostrarnos todo tu trabajo ahí con las botellas, los infinitos y los soles y todo el trabajo que has hecho.
Gracias al señor Keshe que me ha regalado esa tecnología, a Carolina que, como sabéis todos, está hablando y de años de eso, y gracias para poder hacerlo y mostrarlo. Gracias.
I thank Mr. Keshe and Caroline for all they have taught us, and we put all this technology to work with their knowledge.
Okay. Anybody else would like to go ahead with something to present or something to bring up for discussion here?
Rick, hi, it's Dean here. I've got a short video that I could show if you would like to see that. It just shows some of the experiences I've had whilst I've been based in France here.
Oh, okay.
I just need to share the screen and stuff. So if you give me 2
Oh.
seconds to see if I can find that for you.
All right. All right. Well, in the meantime, there is a document that would be good to just to bring up again. Which is the new Universal Council letter. So I'd just like to promote that a bit while we're waiting for the next presentation. So this is what came up in the last One Planet, One Nation, One Race for World Peace. It's an open letter to governments across the world. Solutions for eradicating the COVID-19 are now available. Addressed to Your Excellencies and Honorable Presidents, Prime Ministers, and Ministers of Health. And it goes on, we, the Universal Council, bring to the attention of all people and governments across the world the below offer of solution for COVID-19. And it goes on to say the founder and director of the Keshe Foundation, Mehran Tavakoli Keshe, publicly offered governments across the world the needed solutions for the eradication of COVID-19. He made the offer internationally on Thursday, June 4th, 2020. I'm not going to read the entire letter, but it's signed by Dr. Gatua on behalf of the Universal Council. And basically, Mr. Keshe is asking that this letter be put out to all governments and officials and people of the world as well. And I think they want to actually put in the name of the city where the hospital was used, where it's mentioned here, using the newly discovered Keshe technology, Iranians cleared the full emergency wing of a hospital that was full of COVID-19 infected patients, and the hospital, using the technology, cured more than 100 infected and home quarantined people in 14 days. The city has a population of 50,000 inhabitants and has been disinfected with the GANS technology and is now free of COVID-19 for more than 50 days. Before intervention with the new GANS technology, the hospital had 1 to 2 deaths per day from COVID-19. In addition, there are no new infections and no deaths in this city since the application of the GANS technology. So this is part of the information that's coming out in the next little while. And there's an actual scientific paper that will be coming out in the next few days, published from a scientific journal, and it will have the full information about the application of the GANS technology for prevention, treatment, diagnosis, and other uses actually in disinfection and so on. So all the protocol for the use of the GANs will be introduced in this scientific paper and proven scientifically with all the appropriate backups from the top university in Iran. So this is big news, and that will make a huge difference toward being accepted, having this GANS technology accepted in the world. If we can get universities around the world, once they see that there is a legitimate paper that's been written, they'll want to try to replicate or prove or disprove the technology. So they'll be doing various tests on it from their own universities and collaborating with the university in Iran, because it's known to be one of the best in the world in nanotechnology. The Iranians have gone from position number 50 or so a few years ago up to position number 12 or 13, and now they're up to position 4 or 5 in the world in publications of scientific papers on nanotechnology. Nanotechnology is the fastest growing aspect of science right now in terms of new money and funding and corporations being built on various aspects of nanomaterials. So it's a big foot in the door, and it's interesting to see this this letter and offer to the governments. We'll see if the governments start to confirm this, or more likely it'll bypass the governments and go through the universities, and then the universities will let the governments know, and the governments will get involved with it when they see they can take advantage of it at some kind of level. So, okay, where are we with, do we have a presentation here, or?
Rick, hi, yeah, I was just trying to find it on my phone. It's a bit complicated, so if you just bear with me,
Okay.
if I can share the screen again, and I'll try and get to the file. It's proven to be a bit difficult.
Right. Yeah, if you can have the file up first and then do the share screen. But do you want to try that now, or do you need a few more minutes?
No, I can try that now, Rick. I'll try that now. I'll get it up
Okay.
on screen and see if I can do that.
It might be easier if I stop sharing, so we'll go that way.
Hey, good day to you all, guys. I just wanted to mention, if you like, I can also maybe show on my camera some other ways of putting together domes that maybe can be a little more simple if people don't want to start working out all the angles to cut the wood. And well, there's a lot of different ways of doing it, but there can be complicated methods, and there can be also simplified methods. As I don't know a lot about them, but I know a few things I have read about them and seen a number of different ways that people are able to put them together.
Yeah, well, that's the matter level technology. I don't know if we want to dive into that too heavily, but we can maybe have a look at that.
Rick, if you stop sharing, because it just goes round in circles when I try and share, it doesn't actually come through to it. It just stops.
Have I stopped sharing? I did stop sharing.
He has stopped sharing. You should be able to do it, Dean.
There's a picture of Gianni on my screen. Is he still sharing the screen?
Nope.
No.
No.
Did you get your thing you want to share up first and then go to the share screen part?
Yeah, I've tried it a number of different ways. It just won't share for some reason. I don't know why.
Is it a video you're sharing or a
Yeah,
picture?
it's a video. Yeah, it's a video. Well, it's a slideshow video.
Not sure how that works. If you want to send it to me, then I could probably show it, and maybe that'd be easier.
Okay.
Okay, maybe in the meantime, Comforter, if you want to do a quick showing of what you were talking about the domes, you can have a look at that.
Sure. Okay, I'll just start my video. I'm not sure if I'm authorized to do that.
I think so. It should be. I can give it a boost by. Oh no, I think you're doing it.
Is my video on?
I see blackness instead of
Okay.
video-ness.
Switch the
Now we
camera.
see something. Yeah.
Here's a simple dome.
Just a sec here.
It's made out of wood, constructed out of wood. In this example, I've seen other people do this, where they use a strip of metal with holes in it. They use in building. That's supposedly strong enough to hold much larger size domes together, up to a certain, maybe obviously a certain limit, you know, depending on how the fixing is done. But there is a number of different methods. I know there's a company that creates a component that would fit in the end of any piece of wood, and it just clips together with this, like a whole ball joint connection thing with sockets and balls. And you know, they sell it as a kit, so you buy a pack for a dome, and then, you know, any person can construct their own. I know there is a lot of companies that are developing more and more technology for people to, you know, produce their own or purchase pre-assembled packaging of domes, and it's something that I think the inventor, I didn't know about the '67 Expo, but I thought the inventor was Buckminster Fuller, and I think his dream was that everyone should replicate it. Maybe that's what he was saying.
Yeah, it was based on Buckminster Fuller's design with the triangles and so on, similar to what you see there. Mm-hmm.
The most complex one I've ever seen in a design, actually, you're looking at the structure with different colors. I actually saw this. To do an oblong one, I found the most complex, as I've made many miniature domes, lots of miniature domes. I believe every plant should have its own house. Like any creature, I would build an entire home for a pet, as they do in London Zoo. They have a monkey sitting there watching a television. I don't know what it thinks about us, but anyway.
Now what we do is we make our own domes without the physicality, and that's what the plasma technology is all about. So
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now, obviously, this is a greenhouse dome that's specifically to help a plant to have something that maybe the plasma can work together with and enhance. That obviously is going to make a plant thrive, and this is going to give it the warmth of it's got a structure around it. When a plant has a structure, it actually senses it. You know, a plant can feel, oh, there's a wall there, let me grow towards it, and let me find things to connect to with it. But this is the most advanced thing I've ever seen and worked on, as far as making it in the shape of an oblong structure, which is actually a phenomenal. It's a long to get the mind around doing that. It's quite a challenge, but there is actually a plan for doing that. That's also in colors, so it just breaks down, you know, the red and blue, and where to put, you know, a couple of third color that would make it all go together, which is quite an interesting project. But I mean, domes can be done, you know, many different ways. There is a lot of simple methods for people to do them, and I think there is a great need for more people to feel inspiration and artists to inspire and people to take it on as a challenge. I think it's a great thing. And I also just wish to thank, I think it's Johnny or whoever's just made the past presentation for the actual, you know, reality that they're showing us, you know, because some people like me, I know I'm just sitting here dreaming about it. I don't have fields in front of me, and it's great to see that, you know, it's showing people potential for growth. That's, I think, the most amazing. It's about, you know, everyone's looking for something to look up to these days. And that's what the world needs. Good things, positive things to look up to inspire people to think there is something worth living for, to live for. Before we see around us as a world that, you know, we're not sure if we want to be a part of it. You know, we don't know if we want to wake up in the morning. But then there is this other world out there. This has got to be the future, because it's not reality. It's not 99% of the world. It's only one small place in England called Eden in Cornwall for the present reality. Anyway, good day.
Well, certainly there's been a lot of uninspired architecture in the last few decades, to say the least, mostly designed with economic considerations, as in square boxes, way too many square boxes. So perhaps it's time to go into domes rather than boxes. Maybe the physicality dome will be just an indication of the changes that are being made on the soul level to create the domes of peace around us. Perhaps now in the next months, we'll see these domes popping up all over the earth. Mark my words, here it is, June 10th, 11th, 2020. I predict there will be domes. Now that we've manifested that in the soul level and in the soul of our physicality to create these domes of peace around the world, interconnect them. So be it. Okay, so never did know what is square-headed and round-headed. Must be talking about nails. Okay, anyways, let's carry on. So we're still waiting on Dean, believe. Anyone else have something they'd like to bring up here? Okay, so I have to figure out a way for Dean to send me a file. How are we connected, Dean? By Messenger, maybe?
It's going around in circles, Rick. No matter how I try to contact you, it just the phone's making it very, very difficult. So I'm trying it in many different ways at the moment.
We're not contacts in Zoom or Telegram right now, so it makes it hard. Your name doesn't come up for me, and vice versa. So
no, it doesn't. That's right.
A contact request to. I'm not even sure how to do that now.
Check your battery, Dean. Is it still, because sometimes if your battery's low, it won't do things.
Elizabeth, it's saying 100%.
Okay, so bad. Sorry, Dean.
Let's see if you could. Let me see, where am I? It's not in Facebook. So while we're not connected anywhere, you're gonna have to send me a link to your file and put it on a drive somewhere.
Okay, will do, Rick. Hopefully
Or if
by the end of this, before the end of the show, I'll start doing that now. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I don't know how else to do it unless you have Facebook and you friend me in Facebook or Telegram or Zoom.
We're already friends on Facebook, so I've tried to put it through, but it was going around in circles again. So I will try
Your name
again.
doesn't come up for me as Dean Lloyd Butler. Is that the way it is in Facebook? Or
No, it's not. It's through another one. It's through Cotswold Postcards on Facebook.
oh, okay, yes, yes.
It's not possible sharing directly
So
of
it's
phone.
not showing up either. Pardon me? What's that, Dan?
It's not possible directly Dean sharing from a laptop or a phone device.
That's what he was trying to do, and it wouldn't share. So we've already spent 10 minutes on that, and it didn't work apparently. So I don't know how he's. It's a video, and it's on a phone. Do you know how to direct on that?
Yes, share screen. Share screen. It's the last. It's whiteboard. Share screen. Enter in the gallery or click with the video, and I don't know if it's able to sound, but video it's working from the telephone.
So you click in gallery then. That's the
Yes.
key word there, I think.
Which means we see desktop telephone. Click in the gallery where is the photo and video. Choose the video and opening.
Did you get that, Dean?
Yes, thank you. I'm trying to do that right now.
Okay.
Thank you, Dan.
Okay, what do we have that we can fill in for a few minutes with here?
Well, I did a little experiment myself on the water near me, but I don't have proof that it was just I put 2 vials in a catch basin. Oh, good. There. Okay. Forget.
Okay, to be continued. Okay, we see things happening on Dean's screen, and yes, there appears to be a picture. We're not hearing any audio from you, Dean, if you're trying to talk because your microphone's off, but we do see pictures going on here.
always when he's sharing, and first open the microphone and after sharing, because we don't hear anything, only the picture, the beautiful picture.
I think it's supposed to be a silent movie.
The one before really looked like a UFO in the sky. Wow, the plasma. Excuse me, but I gotta say that's amazing. Excuse me for saying that.
Beautiful, Dean.
Yes, thank you, Dean. I don't know if you were trying to talk or not. We couldn't hear a word, but it was a great silent video. I think as Dan was mentioning, you have to start your microphone before the presentation in order to speak through the presentations, the way I understand it, at least. Can't unmute. Okay. Let's see. I'll ask to unmute, see if that works. We've got allow participants to unmute.
Hi, Rick. Yeah, thank you. It wouldn't unmute, so now I'm unmuted.
Okay.
Thank you. So that was some of the experiences that I've had through the plasma. Many things happen when you start interacting with the plasma and you start connecting with your soul. And I've found that the environment around me, I've manifested many things. When you connect emotionally to the plasma, and if you're in balance, you have beautiful things. And when you're unbalanced, you have emotional stresses or things in your life. The plasma reacts in a different way. But when you connect on a deep soul level, you can start changing your realities. I find this, and some of the things that manifested around me, like the plasma circle that you saw there, that was a tool that I used, and I wished for a rainbow when I was participating in using that tool. And that very strong plasmas sort of emanated from it and from my soul. And the very next, well, not that afternoon, literally, a rainbow appeared. Now, many people would say that's just by pure chance, but when your intentions are to actually achieve this and it happens, It certainly feels like it's the plasma, your soul talking. And these sort of interactions have happened quite a lot over a number of years since I've been involved with the Keshe Foundation and this big spiritual journey that I've been on since I found the foundation. So I find it very enlightening and reaching a new realms and new positions through this technology. It's been very beautiful and an amazing journey. Very, very amazing.
I found you made a really beautiful reflection of all the different aspects that we're learning about. It was very beautiful. Well done. Thank you, Dean.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you. Yeah, it's I find when you interact with with the Ganses, with the cup of man, cup of life, you can change things in a very big way. And the environment around you is, when it's conducive, when you actually connect and you find balance within yourself, the environment around you starts to find balance and things start to manifest, like even simple things like birds singing in trees and the trees of being aware of yourself, connecting with that environment, putting the peace plasma dome around your environment, that creates a beautiful thing too. And you can feel it. I tend to feel fields. I have for a long time, and I know when they're conducive and when they're beautiful and when they're not quite balanced through my own emotions. So when you become peaceful and at peace with yourself, inner peace, then there's these realities and these the plasma really does show you its true beauty, and it's quite extraordinary. As I said, it's a beautiful journey, very beautiful. And I'd like to thank the foundation and all you guys who've been involved in it, all the lessons that I've learned through listening to you all for such a long time. It's greatly enhanced my my journey and my feelings on this reality, this existence. It's been a beautiful, beautiful thing. Thank you very much.
Okay, Dean, thank you.
You're welcome, Rip. Thank you very much. Thank you for all that you've been doing for us for such a long time too.
Oops. Okay, there we go. All right. What else do we have lined up for today's show? Anybody else have something they would like to present?
Well, I wouldn't mind presenting mine. I'm just not sure the full picture of what I'm doing. So it's not a fait accompli. There was a result, but it was just an unusual result. So I don't know. Anyways, I feel like it did have a positive effect, but it's
give it a go, sister. Give it a go. See,
okay.
see what develops here.
Everybody else's work, I feel like I'm a little kid in kindergarten. So, but anyways, I'll try. I think I've got it set up. Hold on, I'll come right back and check.
We're all beginners in this work, I think. That's part of the secret, is to attain the beginner's mind, as they call it in Zen. Not so easy, especially if you think you know something.
Well, I can certainly attest to that. Having a couple of degrees, I basically had to throw away all my Newtonian science that I've learned over the decades and start from scratch. So I'm still in my kiddie pants too.
Yep, the more you know, the tougher it gets, because the more you think you know, the more you don't want to accept something new to learn, because why would you if you already know it? It's a tricky deal. Okay, tell us what we're seeing here,
Okay, this is
Elizabeth.
an, can you see this? It says May 19th on it.
Yeah, it
Discovered
looks really clear.
Okay, good. So this was my first day on the beach. We weren't allowed to walk on the beach, and this beach is not a particularly attractive beach because it's right across from the Northern Pulp Mill, which is a huge polluter. So all the shells on this beach are deformed. There's broken glass. It's not, I've actually never walked on a beach like this before, but it is a beach. And I decided, okay, well, I discovered this natural basin, and I'm part of a group that is studying ways to make um, water and plasma feeding stations and cleaning. And so I thought, okay, let me try here, because this was a little funky smelling when I first got here. And so that's another day, it's same day. So I decided to do this water experiment to purify all the waters on the planet within all beings and water bodies, and specifically for cleaning the waters of Pictou Harbor and Boat Harbor in Nova Scotia. I buried 2 vials made with 2 blends of 1 cup, 1 life cups, with the GANs and plasma water of cups 1 and 2. I also asked my Power of 8 group to add their intentions to the success of this experiment, and we spent 3 minutes each week for 3 weeks, and this will be my 4th week, I believe, and we'll be doing it again. And then I brought it back yesterday to my group, and those are the 2 vials I put in. And there's actually a 3rd vial, but I don't have a picture of it. And the experiment started here. And this is where I put the 2 vials. Can you see my mouse? And they're buried very deeply in there.
Okay, so they're under the mud then.
Yeah, they're very deeply in the mud, and those vials were perfect for it because,
Very clever, yes.
yeah,
Yes.
they went in well. So this
With
is,
the pointy end, and they're really
yeah.
tough as well. You
Oh,
can
yeah,
use
because
a
I was trying to
hammer and
figure,
drive those things in.
uh-huh. And there is also one on the far side of this log, which is now no longer accessible because everything's grown over. So this was May 20th, still May 20th, just to show you what it looked like. And this was high tide. So now the tides come in many times and still nothing to notice per se, although the smell has now diminished greatly at this point, which I noticed. And May 24th, I came back at low tide, and obviously where I buried them is still there. And then on June 1st, I noticed bubbles. And you know how I love my bubbles, because they always tell me there's life around when there's bubbles. It's eggs or something, right? It's something. So there's more bubbles in the water, and it's out to the ocean. And then on June 4th, I saw this and I said, oh my goodness, what is that? And at first I thought these were called diatoms because I didn't know what they were. And they were scattered everywhere. So fortunately, Mark, part of my team, said, well, why don't you see if you can find out from a local person? So these things, these pods, I call them, normally grow to the mother plant. And after discussing it with some marine biologists through Dalhousie is a big university here. The first person I spoke to told me he thought they might be something called Fucus spiralis, and that would have been excellent. And then he checked with another woman who thought it was a form of algae, and these are the sexual part of the algae. And so what it turned out to be is that just the way this catch basin was set up, I had like created an incubator basin without realizing what I was doing. You see, this is where the other vial is. So it's kind of like a triangle here, somewhat. And many of them have now washed out, and even more so. I went back the other day. But I do believe, so this got washed out. I went back June 8th, and we had some really, really heavy rains. So it had never been all the way opened, because what feeds the water from above is actually a runoff gutter. So when it rains, it comes down through there and out to the ocean. So it brought all my little babies out into the ocean and onto the sea. And there are still a few left in this area, but most of the other ones have been washed out. Oops, that was it. So have I got any definitive idea of what I did? Not really. No proof, except when I talked to the marine biologist. They said that much quantity. I'll try to go back to the Fiesta, I called it. No, a little higher. I mean, I had never seen anything, and I've walked a lot of beaches in my life with that quantity. I mean, there were trillions in there. So that night I went to bed thinking, oh my goodness, I don't know whether this is good or bad. I mean, and this is something that's, I think, important for us. I mean, we don't know the consequences of what we're doing. And so I was praying that this was beneficial, and it turns out to be that this is an important part of the chain. And it does happen in the spring, but that many is unusual. That's the only thing I can confirm. And I was very excited by it all. But like I said, it's not conclusive. It's just, well, I believe it's beyond a coincidence. Now, the good things that I'm noticing are great blue herons are feasting in the area. And life seems to be picking up. I mean, it doesn't smell anymore. So I'm excited by the results, but as I say, I don't really know what I'm doing. And I'm just thrilled to see it unfold like that. My Power of 8 group, when we started the same day that I started the experiment. I had just joined the Power of 8, I believe, and I asked them to help me enhance this. And they did, and I don't know if people are familiar with the Power of 8. It's just 8 people meet online virtually once a week in our case, and each person puts their intention forward, and everybody focuses on the person with that intention, amplifying the intention. And the day we did it, the first time, I actually, in my mind's eye, saw whales and porpoises jumping in the harbor. I have yet to see that now, but those algae or pods that I put out there would be food for those kinds of creatures too. So it's exciting to feel the power, and we were seeing the waters all over the planet, everywhere, being purified and brought to pristine condition again, including in ourselves and all beings. It was very powerful. And I do believe in the power of people, as we do for our wish. It's when groups of people focus on one particular thing, we have a lot of power. And I don't know if anybody wants to make comments about what they just saw, but I was very, very excited. It's just like I said, I feel like a baby and I don't know what I'm really doing. And all I wish is for the best outcome at all times whenever we do any of these things. Thank
Well,
you.
those pods you showed, Elizabeth, they're a type of seaweed, correct? They're like
Correct.
they grow, and you see them when the tide goes out sometimes. And when I come from the East Coast, so I'm familiar with those pods. We used to pop them when we were kids. They have an air bubble inside, and they go pop when you squeeze them, and they're kind of rubbery, or I imagine in the water, the way they are there, they're almost jelly-like in the water. And like you say, I would think they would tend to pick up the contamination in the water. They're like a GANs, a natural GANs floating around in the water. Essentially, that's what it is, this gooey sort of concoction that moves through the water and picks up the contamination, and there's probably quite a bit of it there from the mill,
yeah.
like you say. I
Oh,
grew up
yeah.
close to a mill, and every time we drove by as kids, we would hold our noses and make some comment about the stink and so on. And it was really that gross that especially as a kid, when your nose is super sensitive, it would really gross you out.
Well, it's so
So,
sorry.
and that's just the air, and then the water is totally contaminated at the same time. So
Yeah, I
go ahead.
didn't have any desire to go swimming in that water. And of course, it's a little cold, but I would probably go more towards the Northumberland Strait to swim if I was going to do it. But interesting, shows you the mind, because when I decided to pick one up, and at that point when I picked it up, I was thinking of taking it home and looking at it under a microscope. And I was thinking, I wonder what this is and wonder if it could hurt me. And at the moment I thought that, this is the mind, I felt it sting my hand. So I put it back on the ground and said, okay, so no, I'm not supposed to pick you up. Okay. And it did not feel like I could pop it with my fingers in any way, shape, or form. But it's very almost rubbery and quite strong, it seemed. And and they are not attached to a plant. And that's what the biologist was surprised, that they weren't actually attached. And it seems like the energy of the cups or the blend may have just enhanced their ability to reproduce, because that's what he said. He said, you've got a lot of sexual organs there. Basically, and I thought, oh my God, isn't that ironic? It's like, oh, okay. Like, oh. But
You want to create life? Well,
yeah.
yeah, to have some life, lady.
So it's like, okay.
The universe corresponded just the way you wanted, only you didn't know you wanted that much.
No, I really didn't. So it was like, ooh.
It's
And
funny.
so I can't wait to go back out. We had a terrific storm here yesterday, and I was almost going to go out, but it looked like it was just going to come back. And I thought, no. So I haven't been back since the 8th. And I will keep recording. I was glad to see the power of nature to come in and just send them all out to sea. And it, there are many, many scattered. Now there are 2 more bottles on that beach, further up the beach. And between where I planted the original bottles and the other 2 bottles, which actually got planted before those because I hadn't discovered this until later that day, the babies were strewn from, I don't know how many meters that would be, but it's about a 5 to 10-minute walk from one side to the other. But they were all over that side, whereas they were not on the other side. So it's as if the bottles are communicating to each other. And again, is it my imagination? I know I have an incredible imagination that often gets me into trouble. So I don't trust, I mean, I trust her, but I don't know which aspect of myself is running the imagination, my soul of physicality, or my soul of emotion, or my soul of my soul. I figure it's my soul of my emotion. Um, but it's been an interesting journey, but it also shows me consequences. What are the consequences of our actions? Little did I know I'd be making a reproductive factory for seaweed, which is fine. It's such a good beneficial plant. I mean, if I could reproduce anything, I think that would probably be the best thing to reproduce, because that's what unfolded. But I didn't know. I didn't have a clue what I was doing. So
Well,
you.
interesting, and keep track of it because it's fun to follow such adventures.
Well, it's interesting to see the life coming back too. It's like but again, it's not somewhere. I just moved here March 15th. I don't know this beach at all, just learning it. But it will be my study area for sure.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And thank you for letting me show it.
I wonder if one of those tubes one day will be displaced or found by a marine biologist or something. He'll wonder what's in this tube. And it'll be like a message in a bottle, and maybe he'll do some scientific tests on it and discover this new substance
Well,
that will revolutionize the world.
I developed a really nice rapport with, I mean, it was just an email rapport, but they answered almost instantaneously, which was wonderful because I just wanted to know, what is this? And is it unusual? Because I didn't know if it was. And
Uh-huh.
and so
You sent them a picture of
yeah,
it, like.
yeah, I sent a picture of it, and as I said, he called it Fucus spiralis, which is a kind of, I think it's a kind of bladder rack, which is really good for many parts of us and for the animals. And then this other person called it something else, and she sent me a link to pictures to it. But to me, it looks a lot more like Fucus spiralis than what she called it. But in any case, one was a seaweed and one was an algae. I don't know what the difference is yet. I'm not. It's made me think, wow, if I could go back to university, I would want to study marine biology. There's so much to learn. So if
Yeah,
nothing
that's
else,
nearly what I became when I was young. I wanted to become a marine biologist when I was in grade 6 or something.
I think we were all by Jacques Cousteau films, I think.
Yeah, that
yes.
and the work with communicating with dolphins, I was particularly interested in with John Lilly at that time, who was doing experiments with. Well, he ended up working with the U.S. military, but not for very long. He was doing experiments with dolphins in Florida, I think it was, and training them and communicating with them and so on. But when he found out the military wanted to use them for nefarious reasons, he released the dolphins into the wild and said goodbye. And the military didn't like that very much, so the project kind of got canned. But he went
Wow.
on to invent the isolation chamber and the flotation tank. So that's kind of interesting um, background there. It would have been nice to work with him back in the old days.
You just connected a dot for us that you had no idea. John Lilly was involved with the same spiritual school I was when I was much younger, and called Arika. And he
Ah,
was
okay.
an amazing influence on that school. And yeah, I
Mm-hmm.
went into isolation tanks. They're quite water tanks at that time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And they are powerful. So there's another connection for you and I, Rick. Wow.
Yeah, I remember the group that I was with at that time talking about the Eureka group, and the person that I was involved with, Mr. E.J. Gold, he was very tight um, with that family actually. So yeah, interesting.
Thank you again.
Okay, what else do we have, ladies and gentlemen? Anything else to present today? Some other ideas and concepts, questions, or otherwise you would like to pursue? We're wide open here. The crystal ball is open for questions. Comforter, you have your hand up if you want to go ahead. Or I don't know if You just took it back down, but go ahead if you want.
Oh, sure, yeah, just lowering it to unmute my microphone there. I once read a book about dolphins in my youth. I seem to remember it was a very beautiful book. I don't recall the whole story. I don't know if anyone else has read any book on dolphins. I think it was about an experiment where they tracked dolphins across the world or something, and they came back because they treated them very well or something like that. And then I think they
Okay,
took.
well, when you can remember some of the real details about it, let us know. Otherwise, it's
Yeah, I'm
just
going to do
kind
some
of,
research to try and find the
some
author.
speculation of something that might have
there is a
occurred in
beautiful
your
book.
mind, but something we have no idea what you're talking about.
No, I know there is a book about dolphins. It's a beautiful book.
Mhm.
It's a beautiful
Yeah,
story.
there's a lot of books
I'm not
about
sure
dolphins.
if it's true or
Yes.
science fiction.
Mhm.
But yeah.
Well, you could look up John Lilly and see if that's one of the books that he wrote on dolphins, and it's likely it was that.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Rick.
Yeah, it's definitely something special about that species. And it's interesting that we can communicate as humans with such species, and they're actually very intelligent and can do amazing things. I have a question in the YouTube. Something about if corona calcifies the body cells because people keep using calcium every day, is that normal? I'm not really clear. I think they're saying if the corona calcifies the body cell, would it be good to not use calcium, or using calcium every day, does that make it worse perhaps? I don't think that's the case, because the calcification is going to happen until all the calcium's used up, and then you're going to have calcium imbalance in the body. So you probably have to keep up with the calcium and get to the source of the calcification process through the virus, and deal with it like Mr. Keshe does, with depleting the virus using the GANS technology and converting the calcium and so on. Anybody else like to weigh in on that question?
I could probably add a few things. I've been recently looking at papers regarding this looming microwave problem that we've got to deal with. And I came across a paper that I sent to you and a couple of others that Dr. Martin Paul was talking about, the voltage-gated calcium channels, which are in the membrane of every cell on the body. And the microwaves were turning, the high frequency pulsed microwaves were turning on these gates so that the calcium, our body, calcium is very normal in the body. If there's no calcium, you've got no bones, you're just a big blob of jelly. So we must have calcium. It's involved in muscles, operation, a whole range of things. But when it's in the wrong spot at the wrong time, as in anything, then problems happen. So I can't talk about the virus, because my understanding as a biologist is that viruses, and I'm talking matter state here, not plasma state, but my knowledge of viruses are that they are a protein shell containing nucleotides, either RNA or DNA. And all that is an instruction to allow the virus, once that's been injected into a host cell, to take over the normal factory within the cell to manufacture proteins and nucleotides. And hence, it's a blueprint to make more viruses. So what essentially happens is one virus infects a cell. it then replicates so much that you imagine a little factory that's only a certain size and it's making ping pong balls, and the ping pong ball machine doesn't get turned off, and eventually the factory is so overfull of ping pong balls that the factory ruptures and explodes everywhere. So a virus essentially liquefies the body in that sense, and thus releases all the ingredients that are in that cytoplasmic cell into the environment. And then all these little ping pong balls that have been released out into the street infect other factories and so on. And eventually, you know, the whole lungs liquefy, or in the case of Ebola, muscle tissue liquefies, all these other sort of things happen. But the microwaves, according to these papers, flood the cells with calcium out of our normal blood serum and the environment. It may pinch calcium from the bones as well, but more likely it's coming out of the lymphatic system and the blood system. And so the cells become absolutely choked with calcium, and that then interferes with normal cellular operation, and you know, things get very nasty then for that cell, and it shuts it down. And if there's too much, if that's happening in muscle cells, then the muscles stop working. If that's happening in your lung diaphragm or in your heart, calcium is very important in the normal regulation of the heart muscle pulses. You've got sodium and potassium, potassium pumps, and you've also got calcium involved. And if you suddenly got all this calcium flooding into the muscle cells, they're rupturing, they're not working, then you'll have a heart attack, all sorts of things will happen. So calcium is important in the body, but when it's unregulated in the wrong thing, it's interfering with other operations, then you have massive biochemical shutdown within the body of whatever creature, humans or plants or whatever may be affected. So I did ask this question to Mr. Keshe through Telegram, but it was probably not the right place to ask this question. I don't know where to ask this question. The relationship between microwave radiation, the voltage-gated calcium channels, because we all know that we are an electric organism. We run on voltages. You can measure these voltages, and when these voltages, these are low voltages, and when these voltages are interfered with, then you'll get all sorts of illness. Voltage also equates to pH. That's probably everybody knows about alkalinity in your body. It's healthy, and acid systems, you know, you're sick. Well, that can also be equated to the voltage. Dr. Jerry Tennant talks about this. He's made many books and a lifetime of study about looking how to heal by adjusting the voltages in the cells of your body. So it's a very complicated web, and everything, the knee bone's connected to the hip bone. So everything's connected and interconnected, and how the virus fits into all of this and to the microwaves, because it seems that looking at some of the, you know, where these major centers were hit the hardest, the major countries that were hit the hardest, they had already started rolling out high levels of pulsed electromagnetic communication. In other words, 4G and 5G. The sailing ship, the Princess, I think it was called, that copped a whole lot of people, that was a floating microwave tin can. It boasted to be the most advanced ship with the most connectivity on board. Thousands of little transmitters all up and down all over the decks with a huge 2 giant global domes on top talking to satellites. And that was using 4G plus, or EFT, I think they call it. And they got a massive number of positives and fatalities on that. So there's a complicated web there that needs to be explored a little bit more. I also came across a paper where they were playing around This is getting into the areas of possible conspiracy. So tell me to shut up, Rick, if you think it's going the wrong direction. This is a public talk, I know. But this links in with some of the research groups that we're looking at in the private students. And I know some of these devices are already being developed. The protection for creating an OASIS system, this is where the infinity loops fit in, to protect us from microwaves, smog, electrosmog as we call it. So there's a lot of research that needs to be done. The connection I saw was that EMF in certain frequencies can actually destroy a virus by...
That's right. I think I sent you that paper about that.
Yeah, you said
that's an interesting sort of 180-degree difference in a way. People are worried about the virus being activated by 5G mostly, but perhaps it can be actually deactivated by 5G as well. And if that's the case, then those that control those frequencies or control those fields control the areas where the virus might show up or not show up. So they could say, well, if you go to this mall, we are controlling the vibes there and the fields, and it's a virus-free zone, but we can't guarantee that other places aren't virus-free. So you can't shop at this center because it doesn't have 5G yet, but you have to shop at our center, which is controlling the virus and so on. So we don't know. There's a lot going on behind the scenes with all that.
It certainly is, and it's spooky what they're doing. The fact that if you can turn something off, well, it means you can also turn it on. But the other thing, of course, we all know, we've known, the scientists have known this since the 90s, that from 2 gigahertz, well, in the kilohertz range, can trigger cancers. It'll resonate with certain body frequencies, it'll interfere with the biochemistry and then cause all sorts of mayhem. The gigahertz range, well, they've already seen, there was a number of papers put out that haven't been readily discussed, that autism, ADHD, and germ cell sterility, you know, basically we're all becoming sterile human populations, has now been attributed to the 2, 4, and 3G frequencies and your normal Wi-Fi that everyone's using.
And a lot of that is because the doctors, biologists, scientists, and all of the top people of the world didn't know about the largest organ of the body, which was only discovered 2 years ago, before all the G's started, or after all the G's started coming out. So in other words, all the tests that were done with the frequencies and all the theories and so on, which is mostly a theoretical basis rather than actual testing, is based on the certain resonances and the organs of the body and on the skin condition and so on and so forth. But they did not consider the largest organ of the body in any of their testing of the Gs, and especially the 5G, which is the one that will affect that largest organ of the body possibly the most. So the largest organ of the body being not the skin and not the liver. The liver used to be considered to be the largest organ of the body until someone smart came along and said the skin is the largest organ of the body. And it's been that way since I was a kid for decades, that the skin is the largest organ of the body until 2 years ago when they discovered a larger organ of the body, which is, I know some people are wondering, what the heck? It's the interstitial fluid, that is the fluid that's in between the organs and cells of the body. And it's like it's a highway of fluid through the body, even though each tiny little sac is on a nanoscale, and it contains that sac as the fluid in that sac. The fluid still moves through all these sacs and moves through the between all the cells, and it's essentially like a sewer system or a decontamination zone for the for the cells. And when that's messed up, like you're talking about pH, if that interstitial fluid's off by even a few thousandths of a pH, then it sets the whole system up for failure in terms of your immune system starts not working properly and not being able to handle viruses and not being able to handle various other incoming and outgoing stuff that's in that interstitial fluid. So the tiny little sacs have resonating frequencies, and they are in the zone of the 4G, 5G radio frequencies, which can resonate those tiny little things. So this is none, the scientists and biologists didn't count on that. They weren't thinking in those terms. And now most of them still don't have a clue about that because it's not popularized yet, and it's not in, probably, I doubt if even the medical students are taught in medical school about medical stool. That's about it. That's what they should call it, medical stool.
Don't give us a sense there. I think with some politicians, the largest organ in their body is the mouth organ.
The tongue. Yeah, well, for many humans, it's the mouth because that's what gets stuffed most often and has stuff incoming and outgoing out of it. Or some may be the stomach would be the largest organ. Some seems to be that way.
For McDonald's, yeah.
But in theory, it's the interstitial fluid, which is a really, to me, it's been the biggest revelation this year for me in a way, because it puts together so many different aspects of science and biology and health and medical. It makes it so much easier to understand what the heck's going on inside of her body if you realize that it's not the stuff coming from outside that's the problem. It's the stuff coming from inside that gets actually generated inside of ourselves. And then if it can't get out and get excreted out of our body, then you've got all this toxic waste moving around inside of your highway, inside of your body. And it has to manifest somewhere, and it'll hit whatever the weakest place is. And that's when the viruses that are released from our cells can start causing more damage within the body, because that fluid is of the wrong pH to be able to zap them essentially right away as soon as they come out of our own cells and other parasites and bacteria and so on. That's normally they get zapped by the that environment, that GAN's liquid environment. That's what it's for, to get it excreted through the kidneys or through the skin and other ways, and otherwise disable all the toxic elements that are generated from the cells and organs and so on, that are exuded.
Rick, have they come up with a device yet to measure the field strength of plasmas? The reason I'm asking is this would be an interesting thing. When we're drinking lots of plasmas, we all know that plasma water talks to other plasma water. You just have to put a bottle of GANs next to a container of water and you're transferring the fields and the pH changes and all that sort of stuff. Or we're 90% water or something like that. And so it would have to be that the water within our body, within our interstitial fluid, within our cells, well, of course, in the cell, it's in a jelly form, the cytoplasm, but it would have to be changing and going into the structure of these plasmatic fields that we're putting our cells into the environment each time we drink GANs or hop in a plasma reactor, or what's going to happen when we hop inside the body enhancement unit. it'd be very interesting if we could somehow measure people that have become plasmified in a sense. Maybe
Well,
that showed with the
the
aura.
thing is, if you look at it, there's actually no water in the body. If you cut your body open, do you see water coming out? If you bore a hole through a body, does water come squirting out? No, no water. It's all GANs in the body. As soon as you drink water take water through your mouth, it's instantly mixed with the saliva and other juices and enzymes of the body, and it's no longer water as soon as it enters into your throat and starts to go into the stomach and so on. If you were to open up the stomach, you won't find water in there. You won't find water in the intestines and so on. Water-like substances, yes, and especially, the intestines is one thing that's kind of a tube that's external to the body in a way. It's a different system than internal of the body, which is where supposedly most of the water is. And if you look at the amounts of oxygen and hydrogen that make up that water supposedly in the body, it's like, I don't know, about 90% of the weight of the body is in that hydrogen and oxygen components and so on. But if you open up the body, there's no water. So it's in a GANs condition, and that means we're basically a big bag of GANs. So if you want to, like, for example, as you know, with some of the reports probably on 5G and so on, there's an actual report. I think I sent it to you actually, Neil, and I've presented it, talked about it before. There's a report that the scientists are trying to measure the strength of the 5G fields so that they can, know where to put their repeaters and know where to direct the beams and so on. So they have people going around trying to measure the 5G fields, but it's a problem measuring 5G fields with humans trying to measure, because the humans absorb so much of the fields because we're mostly in that watery condition, and water and skin absorbs and water absorbs the 5G signal basically. And so that's an issue for the 5G, is the humans are absorbing all the 5G, and so it puts the instruments off. The instruments are not getting the correct signal because the person measuring is absorbing all the radiation. So what this scientific paper is saying is that in order to measure the radiation levels of the 5G, the best way to measure it is to measure the forehead temperature of the human that is doing the measuring. And that forehead temperature of the human will tell you the relative strength of the 5G field, which to me, my mouth almost dropped when I read that line. That was the bottom line of this whole scientific report, is that it was useless to try to measure the 5G fields, and you're way better, cheaper, and easier to just measure the forehead temperature of the humans in those fields, and you'd be able to tell from the subtle difference in temperature, the difference in the field strength.
Yeah, which means being cooked like a cup of coffee in the microwave.
Well, essentially, but it's not like it's raising at 5 degrees or anything like that. It's a very subtle, but it is a difference, a tenth or maybe a quarter of a degree or something. It is definitely significant, but it's something that, you would have to have a monitor on your forehead and watching the different, very slight differences going on as you enter and exit the different fields of this thing. So the point is that, and that's true of other, not just 5G, but all of radio frequencies. For is a good practical example, probably everyone knows, or used to in the times when we had AM radio, whereas you have your radio with this little antenna, AM, especially FM can work as well. But if you want to hear the station louder, you go over and grab the antenna. and the human body works as an absorber of the radiation of the fields that are coming in from that station, and it amplifies it through the antenna. Bingo, you become an antenna for that radiation, and it amplifies the sound. You hear the station clearer. There's many examples of that kind of thing. So the idea is that there's an age-old thing of with radiation, even nuclear radiation. If you want to measure the radiation in a room, just measure the humans. That's the joke about measuring radiation. The best way to measure it is to simply measure the humans. And you can tell just with a simple detector that John Bliven and others have shown in lots of YouTube videos, the little flashing light electric field detector. And you can put yourself in close to a mag-grav or electric motor that's running and actually measure the fields on your own body will be as strong or stronger than the fields coming out of a lot of apparatuses. So that's how that's sort of a practical matter level example of how the body works. But actually, when you think about it, due to all this GANs, this bag of GANs that we are already the perfect detector. And we don't have to actually invent a field detector for plasma, because our body is a plasma field detector. It detects the other fields around it of the other plasma bodies, and we interact with that on emotional levels with each other and so on, different levels. And you know, it's this thing, that this saying that we've had for several years now, the idea of feeling the fields. So we get into a state where we can begin to feel the fields rather than visualize them in our mind or think about them or imagine them, but to actually feel them. Because if you can feel something, that's immediate in the moment and it's real, compared to you know, something in the imagination or something we sort of think about or ponder or sort of consider, which is once removed and not immediate. When you're feeling something like pain or sensation or a feeling, then that puts you in the moment. You know, it's something happening in that moment, like, as opposed to something that's maybe a figment of our imagination or our active mind or something like that. So this feeling of the fields is how we can feel the field strengths of various plasmas. I mean, even just think about going out into the sun, and how do we, and one way is we look at the sun. We can see, oh, the sun is out today. The sun is shining, we call it. Ah, it's really bright on my eyes. I better not look at the sun directly. That's one aspect of realizing the fields of the sun. But if you go out into that same position and you shut your eyes and you feel the sun, well, that's different. You feel the effect of the heat of the rays all over, you know, part of one side of your body. Let's say the side that's facing the sun, you feel the heat on all the organs and surfaces of your body, and maybe feel it even penetrate in several centimeters, which is you know, fully capable that infrared rays can do that. So you're feeling the rays of the sun then, rather than seeing them or looking at the, you know, with the visual apparatus. And certainly it's hard to hear the sun or to smell it or taste it, really. So we do have, you know, sensing apparatus that can feel the fields. You can feel the fields of another human even in a dark room, say, it's possible to use your whole body as a sensing apparatus and know where the position of somebody is in a completely darkened room. People that are practicing the martial arts can do that, or even hit a target with a bow and arrow in pitch dark conditions by sensing where the target is.
But some men will be looking for warranty returns because their field feeler is broken.
Well, it's up to them to fix it or go on and do something else, because there's lots of things to get involved with in this planet besides feeling the fields. And that's what lots of people do. And because they don't feel the fields, then they go out and create violent acts for people, and they don't feel it because they're cut off from their own feelings. And this is one of the issues that we have on our hands right now, is to reconnect with those feelings so that we do have compassion and understanding for other beings. This came up, I think, yesterday's discussion, the day before, with the idea of even with, say, well, the one example we use quite often with the mosquito, the dreaded mosquito. You know, you're alone with this mosquito, and do you kill it and get rid of this aggravation that you might be experiencing, or do you find another way to deal with it, to understand it, to use your knowledge, understanding, and compassion to accommodate, let's say. That becomes more of a dance through life rather than a stomping on everything as a comparison. And that means we become more responsible for our lives. We have to be more attentive instead of just tromping down the trail. Maybe you want to watch where you put your step and not stepping on all the ants accidentally, or even worse, deliberately, and actually paying attention, maybe, you know, varying your step a little bit, not to step on the ants or not to step on the slugs or whatever it is that gets stepped on the trail or on the road. So we learn to pay attention. I've been paying attention more and more to the smaller things in life. A little mosquito just, was floundering and it just about fell into my drink an hour or two ago here. And I had to help him out the window, as I did for a bee earlier today as well. I actually bounced him off my hand as I just slowly directed him out the window, and he was happy to go out and find all the plants and stuff where he should have been. So, whereas there's times in the past then I might have been more harsh with those smaller entities. I'm trying to be more considerate and so on. It is a challenge, especially when entities like deer come along and chomp down your favorite flowers that have been growing for several months. And you think of ways that you might want to divert their attention. There's ways of doing it without becoming violent. That's the thing about it. And if we're attentive at all times, then we're not caught short with surprises. And if we're compassionate and our compassion goes out to all the environment and all the beings in that environment, then we don't tend to be quite so harsh with them, because we are already connected on that soul level, and it becomes harder to operate out of the physicality and just lash out to whatever it is in our environment that we don't particularly like at that moment, whether it's a mosquito or a crying kid or somebody that's annoying you in a supermarket or whatever it is.
I can give you several ideas on all these experiences. I've got a broadcasting station. I've had it for over 30 years, and my antenna is just over my head, 40 meters up top. And well, all depends on the frequency. Your radio frequency is supposedly affecting you. The 5G works over 37 to 60 gigahertz, and that's what they say. It reverts the polarity of your oxygen, and that takes the energy out of your body. But I've worked on installing different FM stations, worked by the antenna up top on the tower without cutting the transmitter off. And well, you feel you're sort of cooking inside, but as long as you're not there all day, you can tolerate it. And I also have Plasma Statebook is right now for the last over 4 years. I've produced over 500 liters plasma water every day. I got it all around me, and I find my body really clean. The fields sort of cleanse you completely. I can be a whole month without having a shower, and my body is clean. I don't use deodorants or whatever, and have no odor whatsoever. I don't even have to change my shirt. It only gets dirty around the neck where you get the dust sort of accumulating, nothing else. And as for the mosquitoes, they just land on my skin. They sort of absorb the energy. They don't prick my skin. They're there for about 10 minutes if I don't bother them, and then they just fly away, content with what energy they've absorbed. And another experience I had, I went over to Mexico, and I had my jawbone was inflamed because I had a bad tooth. And when I came back, and I was amongst this plasma energy at home, in 12 hours, that inflammation just left my body, my jawbone. I recuperated perfectly. All these experiences are continually having all this energies, be it radio frequencies and plasma and whatever. And also the birds. I'm here in front of my computer, and I've got just walking 2 meters away from me on the floor. They don't bother you, don't scare away or anything. They just come along, sort of feel the energy in the air, and just make use of the energy, I imagine, and they don't scare away.
They come through your open door like...
Yeah. I've got the
nice.
door about 1.5 meters away, and they just work just up to the door there.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not afraid at all. They must sort of see our what do you call it? It's the rainbow we've got around our body. I don't know. I imagine they're not fearful of myself, and just walk by, just absorb the energy, and then after a few minutes, they just walk away and then fly off.
Yep. Okay, any more to add there, John, or anybody else like to add something to that?
Well, every day one sort of stops thinking about all what one is listening to, and then you say, well, this experience and that experience, you sort of experimenting with different things all day long.
John, hi, it's Dean again. I've had similar experiences as well, where I've had the birds, as you spoke about, the birds coming very close to me, all around, and as you said, they don't seem frightened anymore, and they seem to come very, very close, and lots of them. But also things that you were talking about, like with your tooth. I've had an experience with one of my fillings fell out recently, and I actually sprayed inside my mouth with the a Cup of Life 1 water, because usually when a filling drops out, it's usually very painful, and you usually get straight through and you have mass problems. But I sprayed it straight away, and I've had no pain so far, which is very surprising. It's quite a big filling, so I've had these sort of experiences too, and I know the plasma water definitely affects many things in your body, not just the virus, but it affects your whole your well-being, and touches your being in many ways. So yeah, I've had those experiences too, John. Thank you for sharing that.
Well, we met up in Mexico. And
We did indeed,
I don't know,
yes.
how old are you? About 50, 40 odd?
No, I'm 55.
Ah, 50. Wow, I'm 71. So, I mean, do we look all that old?
Well, we would think not, but what other people think is another thing. So, no, you don't, John. You were a very young-looking man, very fit, and very. I noticed that you seemed very radiant. Your skin was very radiant, and yeah, very a beautiful well-being, all persona all around you.
Well, I haven't shaved for 15 years.
And you don't have a beard. You have to.
No, I don't have a
You have
beard.
to
Well,
add that, John, because people don't know you. Might think you have a long,
I
shaggy
used to have
beard
to
after
shave
15
every
years.
day. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I haven't done so for 15 years.
Yeah, that's a strange one.
Yeah, that is a strange one. That would be helpful, because most men, it's growing beards and things. Some of it's a fashion thing. It's very beautiful, but sometimes, as we know, trying to shave it off can be not always the best thing at times. It can be a pain having to do it constantly all the time.
Yeah, you
That's the
sort of get
passion of having
fed
a
up
beard.
with it.
You do get fed up with it. Yes, that's very true. We all need to become Chinese men. Do Chinese men have beards? Do they grow facial hair?
Very little hair, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's what I do. Whatever, and the hair grows pretty fast, but very thin. And when it's a couple of millimeters out, I just pluck it out, and that's it. Just like the ladies do.
Okay, we have a question in the YouTube from Dolores, who's asking, can someone tell me about using GANS water for food preservation? Several weeks ago, there was a conversation concerning this, but no details provided, such as what type of GANS or the process needed.
Well, there we got Johnny's experience. He doesn't buy any food. He just goes over to the market every night, collects all the foods, the veggies or whatever, that are thrown out because they're overdue and they can't be sold on the next day. So he collects all that, puts it into GANS water, and then he uses that for preparing the food all the next days. And I've got a bloke here that's been, well, he had arthrosis, and 4 years ago, by drinking the water in 2 months, he wasn't able to walk at all, and he recuperated in a couple of months, and now he walks 80, 100 blocks a day, and he goes by the seaside and he walks 30 kilometers without stopping. And what was I going to say? His other experience now. What? Come out of my mind. Pardon?
John, ¿puedo compartir el experimento que hemos hecho en Provence, en Francia?
Sí, como no. Here, Johnny is present and he'll tell us about his experiences in Provence, in France.
Úrsula también está presente y lo sabe. Hemos cogido del mercado que se tiraba, las legumbres y las frutas, lechuga, ensalada y todo eso. Y después de meterlo, perdona, ¿puedes traducir?
Yeah, Ursula is also present because Gianni taught Ursula how to do all this at her place there in France, in Provence, in the oasis they made up there.
Después de coger lo que se tiraban dentro del oasis, hemos puesto los legumbres y las frutas en una caja con ecoplasma. Se ha revivido totalmente.
Yeah, well, he collects all these overdue vegetables and he puts them into a container with plasma water and they revive. That's what I forgot to telling you about. This bloke, his fridge broke down, so he keeps his meat in plasma water and keeps the meat for over 10 days. And we got temperatures of between 20 and 30 degrees and up to 35 degrees. And the meat preserves itself pretty much so. You can consume it after 10 days with no problem whatsoever.
People have done that with sprouts, I think it was too. Some greens, I think it might have been Lisa or someone with the agricultural side. They put it in a refrigerator, 2 bowls, one that was treated with the Gans water and one that was just plain. And the Gans water greens lasted for, was it like 40 days or something like that? And the other ones were gone in less than 10 days. So it was quite a difference.
That was Jimmy and Lisa McDonald.
Right.
They got up to 200 days.
200 days, okay.
200 days in the plant cuttings. They were actually cuttings, they weren't whole plants. It was salad greens and mustard sprouts. And they were still viable, crunchy and edible. After 200 days, it could have probably gone longer.
Mm-hmm.
And that was just CO2 plasma water. Copper plasma water is an antibacterial and that also anti-algae. So you could use that to act as some sort of preservative. But I'm not sure about ingesting something that's been in copper plasma water because that would upset your gut bacteria if it got too strong copper fields down in that region. But certainly CO2, people have sprayed cut fruit, sprayed it with CO2. I tried it myself with a cut pumpkin just on the bench in 24 degrees and humid environment here in New South Wales. And the molds didn't grow and it formed a skin over the top of the plant like it was healing itself. And the fruit stayed viable for considerably longer. So there's certainly needs to be some more experiments done in that region as well, just using the Gans food combination.
Yep, good point. Would be a great experiment to show like a time lapse of, say, cut apple, which we know turns brown after a few minutes actually, but after a few hours, then you know you can see the brownness of the apple. And you could have a normal one and maybe one sprayed with regular water of some sort, like maybe distilled water, and then another one with the Gans water and notating the differences and so on. That would be a good experiment.
We did an alternative experiment to that when I was a Steiner teacher. We got an empty aquarium just as a control space. And we got the students to put a normal homemade sandwich in one section and a cheeseburger from McDonald's. And over the months, just watch the two foods degrade. Well, after 4 months, there was nothing left of the normal sandwich. It had gone moldy and rotted away very quickly. But after 4 months, the cheeseburger still looked exactly like it came from the shop.
Made out of plastic.
Exactly.
Yeah, it probably looks about the same inside your intestines and stays in about that long too. Just an elongated burger.
Did we answer the question, what kind of Ganses? Because I always thought we used CO2 Ganses for that, or plasma water. But can we use, I have been using the 1 Cup 1 Life #1 to spray, and I find that it works just as well, but I don't know.
To spray food, you mean?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. When I get fruit and stuff from the store now, I wash it and then I spray it with my 1 Cup 1 Life #1, and it seems to add, but so I just wanted to refer the question that was asked is which Ganses do we use? And I didn't hear the response, but I might have missed it. So
CO2, Jimmy and Lisa used.
that's what I thought. Okay, thank you.
Elizabeth, don't tell me you're preparing yourself to be an alien's fodder.
You think I'm doing that by spraying it with cup #1? I don't get that feeling, but can you elucidate on that, please, John?
I was just pulling your leg.
Okay.
Preparing yourself to be an alien's fodder, to feed the aliens yourself.
Well, if that's what I'm meant to do, I do give freely from my soul to all souls in existence. Take what you need. So if that's what I end up being, then so be it. Fodder for the aliens. It's okay with me because I know my soul won't die. And if they want my physicality, go ahead and take it.
There are worse ways to go, that's for sure.
Yeah.
They've been feeding on humans for eons, especially alcohol.
And they feed on our fear, so I really don't want to feed them the fear.
No, we'll give them Cup of Life 1.
There you go. Here, have this.
A dose of chili. OCOL 1 is CO2, zinc, there's copper, depending on how much and how it was made, but there's a trace of copper in there, there's the fields of copper, but apparently also magnesium. So you've got the main Ganses all mixed in very nicely together, and so it should preserve the foods according to what happened with Jimmy and Lisa and the CO2 and what I saw spraying the pumpkin with the CO2, the cut pumpkin. So yes, it should, and that slight bit of copper there would not be tasteful for bacteria and mold. So it'd probably be a good one. And yeah, spraying it all over ourselves, we're preserving ourselves as well.
It makes sense. I mean, if we're told that it's okay to drink a certain amount, then it makes sense to be able to spray it. We're told to spray surfaces, and spray ourselves, and spray our shoes, and spray our face. Why not spray the vegetables and things that we are ingesting into our bodies? It does make sense.
And
Rick, if you're worried about the copper, you could also wash off the residue in regular water if you wanted to be that way about it. Go ahead.
I've found, Rick, that if you spray the 1 Cup 1 Life inside your fridge as well, I've noticed that's preserved the food inside the fridge enormously. I mean, extended its life by a long, long way. And if the virus is around and coming in on that food, then it's protecting you from that food as well. And I find that very beneficial for me within the environment that I've been using it in.
That's again a good experiment.
Has anyone seen the photos? Sorry, Rick.
No, go ahead.
Has anyone seen the photos on the Golden Age of GANs? 3 separate people have put up photos of skin cancers starting to heal within a week with the 1 Cup 1.
By spraying it on, or?
Spraying it on their skin, well, doing the protocol, so they must be drinking a little bit.
Ingesting and spraying and breathing.
Yeah, 3 separate people have shown photos of the change in their skin cancers on their arms within a week. Very, very interesting. So I'm trying some experiments with that here.
Yep, well, that was my very first experiment with GANs several years ago now, where when my skin was really inflamed, which happens from time to time, especially in the past, and it's an extremely painful, irritating condition. It feels like thousands of mosquitoes biting all at the same time. But if you go to scratch, the skin just erupts and just totally splits open and everything else. So it's pretty severe. So I tried various health food or health store concoctions of skin creams and all the various cures and so on. And virtually everything is the same result, where it's painful. It hurts. It does not work. And so I became leery of any of the various creams and so on, various ways of alleviating the pain. Just didn't work. So I decided to try some Gans water spray. And it was I was really leery at first because I didn't want to put something on that was going to cause pain, because it's hard to make it go away. You can't just wash it off so easily to make the pain go away and so on, because water can actually hurt in that circumstance. The skin is that sensitive. So I took a chance, put some in a spray bottle and sprayed it on my irritated skin, and right away I went, whoa. Because instead of causing more irritation, it took away the irritation. Just like a nice cooling, pulling, depleting that irritation energy, and just making the skin feel normal and good, and taking away the pain, the irritation. I was very, very impressed, and I don't know of any other substance that can do that for thoroughly irritated skin. Like I say, even when your skin is really irritated, when that upper layer of skin essentially is not there anymore, then even water is an extremely irritating substance. You realize how irritating water can be to our bodies. Our bodies do not like water. It likes to convert that water to GANs immediately, because water is essentially a toxic substance in our body. You can't put plain water on your say you have serious burns on your body, and you put water on it. It really hurts, and makes it hurt like it feels like salt water going in. It's that painful on inner cells of the body. It's they don't do well in plain water. So it's just interesting how that all kind of works.
Was that cirrhosis or shingles or something like that?
It doesn't have a name other than environmental sensitivity. The skin doctor specialist told me it's something at work that's causing this, and I experimented, and it was oil. I'm a mechanic, and even a drop of oil on my skin will make my skin start bleeding. So I'm essentially I'm allergic to oil to the point where my body will break out from it if I get it onto my skin to any degree at all. And it's completely wrecked my life in terms of trying to earn an income and trying to be pain-free and all that kind of stuff. And it's much better now. I've got a handle on it from and I take all the precautions that are possible, and so on and so forth, and do a lot of hand washing and so on and so forth in order to accommodate. But it can be very excruciating, and yet I found a solution with the Gans water, and anytime it's even good for things like mosquito bites, which can get really irritating. If you have skin that's easily irritated, like for me, if I was to get a mosquito bite a few years ago, my whole arm might become inflamed from it, because if I was to scratch it, then suddenly the whole arm could break out in like a rash, basically, with little bumps and so on. And it's really quite it's the most when it was in full bloom, it's the most excruciating pain I've ever and discomfort that I've ever gone through in my life. And I've gone through a lot of painful incidents, but that was the worst. If there's a definition of hell, it would be like severe skin conditions where you feel like your entire body is one big mosquito bite, and if you were to itch it, then it's all over and makes a big mess, and it's horrible. So for people that do have skin conditions, psoriasis and other types of things, there's quite a few testimonials in the Testimonials site for the Keshe Foundation, and people have had terrific results using primarily the zinc oxide GANS water and the CO2 GANS water. But the 1 Cup 1 Life seems to be effective as well for that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's the CO2 and the zinc. I had an experience 4 years ago. I got stung by 5 paper wasps on the right hand. I hit their nest and I rushed up and immediately I just made GANS water and I immediately sprayed it on. And within minutes, the pain went. And then later in the afternoon, I was weeding the garden and a 1-inch long bull ant bit me on the same hand in the same spot, and the same thing. I rushed up, got the CO2. And interestingly enough, it didn't, we know that the CO2 is a vasodilator and a smooth muscle relaxer. So it would open up the lymphatic and the blood vessels to allow the fluids to move around, but also dissipate the toxin. And the zinc obviously calms down the nervous system. But I didn't get the histamine reaction that you get after you get a bite, like mosquito bites and everything, you get that itchiness. And I found spraying the plasma waters, and if it's CO2, it's always going to have a bit of zinc in it anyway. You can't make it without.
Zinc's really important, I think. If you think about it, that lotion, pink lotion called calamine lotion, that I know we used to use as a kid quite often. You put it on if you get some sort of bite in particular, then you put the calamine lotion on, or especially for sunburn. Well, that calamine lotion is primarily zinc oxide, and that's been a cure or a medicine that's been used for centuries, actually, and possibly millennia. It's gone back a long ways.
Yeah, I used to swim in the stuff when I was a kid. I was always getting sunburned at the beach. Here, the cricketers are all covered in zinc oxide cream on their faces when they look like super white men when they're playing cricket.
Gianni, I think you have your hand up, but I'm not sure if you want to speak. Go ahead.
Quería compartir otro experimento.
I would like to share another experiment with you all.
All right.
Como sabéis, para nosotros estamos preparando la comida y ahora estamos añadiendo unos gotitas de aquaplasma de One Cup One Life, una copa una vida.
When we prepare our food, we're trying the 1 Cup 1 Life with a few drops of it on the food also.
Antes utilizaba, como has visto, en el cubo 12 probetas, una con CO2, otra con zinc oxide.
Previously, I used to use CO2 and zinc oxide in the water for food. And now I'm trying it out with a few drops of the 1 cup.
Donde tiene los perros y las gatitas el agua para beber, hemos puesto dos cubos, uno como lo hacía antes y otro como lo hacemos ahora, añadiendo agua plasma de una copa una vida, unos 30 mililitros a un cubo de 5 litros.
¿Y cuál de los dos prefieren?
Una copa una vida.
Yeah, we've tried out with the dogs and cats we have. We used to give them the traditional plasma water with CO2 and zinc oxide, and now we're adding about 30 milliliters of one cup one life number one to this water, and they prefer this water with 1 cup over the previous water.
Siempre hacemos esto con los que toman como nosotros, claro, pero también añadimos en la comida y pasa lo mismo, les gusta más lo de una copa una vida.
We do this with the food they eat, so they prefer the 1 cup one life.
Y no hace falta añadir mucho, solo unas gotitas.
You don't have to add so much, you just add a few drops of the 1 cup.
Y he visto que pasa como han explicado, compartido antes, la comida preparada tiene mucho más.
¿Más que duradera o sabor?
Duradera y claro el sabor, pero sin utilizar la nevera.
Yeah, we have realized that adding a 1 cup one life, cup number one, a few drops, not much water of this water, it gives a better taste to the food and it preserves it a longer time.
Y las flores que son cortadas del jardín sin agua se están secando y todavía le quedan aroma y el color.
And the flowers you cut in the garden, we've let them dry up and they remain with the odor, the flower odors.
Gracias, eso es lo que quería compartir.
Thank you, that's all I wanted to comment.
John,
Speaking of flowers, just a second. Speaking of flowers, Gianni, you also preserve flowers by using GANS water, don't you? You get the flowers that they give away at the florists that are kind of already dead or dying and bring them back to life, correct?
¿Entendiste, Gianni?
Yes, it's correctly. Y tengo también aquí flores que parecen inmortales y están secas. Estoy en el laboratorio de técnica dentaria ahora.
Yeah, he keeps the flowers there, and right now he's in the dental lab, and he's got these flowers around the lab.
Si queréis, puedo mostrarlo y es como flores inmortales. ¿Y cómo se llaman?
I can show them to you now, and they're sort of immortal flowers.
Have they like dried out, you mean, or are they just keep growing?
No, ¿quedan secas o siguen creciendo, Gianni?
Secas, pero también he mostrado antes cómo lo pones y siguen creciendo y hacer semillas.
They can continue growing and they even give seeds, but then after a time they also dry up and remain as if they still have life in them.
He compartido mi cámara para que se vean. Están sin agua.
Yeah, you can
No
see
water.
them and they have no water, yeah.
Wow. Yeah, looking good. Wow.
Algunas de ellas se llaman inmortales, pero otras no, porque en los campos del plasma se comporta igualmente.
Some of them are called immortal, and others they behave just like in the gardens.
Y es maravilloso como también queda el aroma, la parte volátil de la planta.
It's incredible how they preserve their aroma.
Eso, por ejemplo, son flores que se llaman inmortales.
Las
Pero-
llamas vos inmortales.
No, no, así se llaman porque se quedan como vivas, algunas.
Some of the flowers are called immortal because they preserve the aroma and the appearance.
Pero con el plasma se quedan así. Eso, por ejemplo, si os acordáis, tiene creo que casi 2 años.
These flowers have here they've been for over 2 years now, and they still look as if they were cut a few days ago.
Y eso porque están, se han quedado así porque están en los campos del plasma, cerca de los reactores.
And they remain this way because they're near the plasma reactors and the fields.
Gracias.
Thank you, Johnny. Very good. Ursula, I see you have your microphone open. Would you like to go ahead?
No, it was not intended. I just wrote something, but I didn't touch the mic. But I love always what Johnny is showing from the time he was 1 month in the Provence, Oasis Provence. I learned a lot, and I am applying it now again because I will start a new oasis here in Les Cévennes in the national park. We just got a caravan, so I'm cleaning the caravan with the plasma water, of course, and applying all what I learned for so many years. Thank you. And I wrote something for him. We are immortals. Immortales is called like in France. The same flower. They seems to be straw, but they still you can make buckets with flowers, and that's the name they called immortales. And who want to say it don't die, huh? And it's beautiful. Thank you, Gianni. Gracias, Gianni. Te lo escribí en español. I wrote to him this in Spanish. Thank you.
And they're in English, they're called pearly everlasting. So it's true. Even in English, it comes out as everlasting, some of those flowers. So yay.
Thank you, Ursula. Thank you all.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. Knowledge seekers, beautiful souls, or on the way up anyway. I'm happy Ursula has a good internet. We can hear her voice. I wanted to ask if anybody knows why my gases, like I have two, my cup 1 gases in a jar is molding. You know, mold like it gets together and it's not all unique. And when I turn them, they become like pieces by pieces. And sometimes it smells like molding. Why is it, please? Save my gases.
That would be either in your air or water you have mold. So what is your water supply?
I used to buy the 5-liter demineralized water. I was told it's better not to use that. And then, well, anyway, sometimes I boil the water when the things get down. I take the clean water and I use that sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So do you think there might be mold in the air? Do you have any mold in the home at all? Is there any black mold around, or problems with the ventilation supply or anything like that? Have the filters been changed in the ventilation?
No. It's new and very sunny. The only thing is my table is becoming disorganized. Maybe that. I have a lot of jars on the same table. Maybe they don't want disorder.
Well, it's true. The ganzers are supposed to, each jar is supposed to be separated by, I think they're talking about 2 meters actually, but at least a meter, but preferably 2 meters, and that's quite a bit. So not to have interactions, maybe you're having interactions. These jars are getting together at night and creating things in the jars.
For example, I have always on the table cup 2 and cup 1. They are close anyway. No, cup 2 and cup 1, they are mostly close to each other.
Mm-hmm.
So now I haven't found any reason. I try to wash it, the new ones. I try to wash the new jars. I wash with a little vinegar. And,
right, that would be important too, to start out with the clean jar. As this is sort of the same as like pickling or jamming, you know, when you create jam. And if you don't have everything really clean, or if you don't put it in at a high temperature, then it's going to start creating mold in the jam. So there's mold in the air, no matter how much the air gets cleaned and so on. Even in so-called clean rooms, they have trouble with bacteria and mold just showing up spontaneously in spite of all their work. So
they are close to each other, CO2 and my cup 1, there are many just close to them. And then I heard that I can put it on the sunshine after I wash it to be disinfected. The jars.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Some people have shown that before, especially if your jars have been set up for a long period of time. Sometimes things will grow in there. So it's not that unusual. And I would say try to avoid it, because then you've got some other entity in there besides the GANs, and you don't want to be, if it's mold, then it's definitely something you don't want to be drinking.
Oh, okay. So I have to make another one.
Well, what do you think? Would you want to drink mold?
I don't know. I didn't notice anything yet, but so I have to make another one, and to be careful not that it happens. So nobody knows the reason. Okay, but you're right. It might be because they are very close. Because I made a fantastic CO2, which is beautiful. It doesn't change. And another question.
One more thing, Mehran, is how about dust? Is there a lot of dust or air pollution where you are?
Yeah, I have a park in front of me. I'm just over a park, and they are working in it. They are trying to put some new installations, the dust maybe.
So you could definitely get a mold happening from dust, you know, that's basically the dirt getting stirred up, and you're introducing the microorganisms from the dirt into your cup, basically.
Okay, it's possible, because at the moment there's some working in front of me. Thank you very much. Question number 2. monsieur, is that I made a zinc setup with zinc and nano-coated zinc. At the time, I made it with vapor, but they told me you didn't need to nano-coat the zinc. You just use the zinc from your previous setup. In the salt water, the zinc becomes nano-coated. So this one I use with the nano-coated zinc and zinc in a new plastic which I bought. I don't know how it gives, because in other plastics I give a good gas. And in this one, and the person had said you use the zinc wires. I don't have zinc wires, so with the scissor I cut from my zinc plate a small wire, and from the nano-coated I cut a small piece like wire of nano-coat, and I put a lead between them, and I don't know, but it gives very little. It gives very little product. I wanted to see if I make another setup of zinc with a copper wire, which I have, instead of zinc wire, which I don't have. How do you do your zinc setup?
Well, what are you trying to make, Meredith?
Just zinc, GANs of zinc.
You want just the zinc oxide GANs, basically.
Yeah.
So that's the zinc plate and the nano-coated zinc plate. Why would you introduce the copper in that case?
Because I don't have zinc wire.
Well, you use zinc plate. Normally you don't use the zinc wire.
Yeah, but how do I attach them?
Well, you just use a copper wire to attach them.
Okay,
with
so
LED, like you said, an LED in between, or a nano-coated copper wire would work as a resistance wire as well.
Yeah, okay. In fact, it was the idea, the course of a French teaching, the name is Joël. Joël, it was his style of doing it with with this zinc wire. So thank you. So I do it with zinc copper wire as usual. I think it was good in my experience with a piece of nano-coated wire. It works well for me.
That's what I prefer. That's what I prefer. Yeah.
Yeah, better than lead. So
yeah,
I do that.
And by lead, just to be clear for people, she means the LED 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 lights.
Yeah, LED.
Some people call them LEDs or LEDs. Yep.
Electroluminescent light.
Yeah, because I'm not into electricity. Maybe I have more affinity with nano-coated copper between the two wires.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Especially because of this hard working for the cups. I learned that we can buy the copper wires which are soft and easy to work with. So
the multi-strand wires.
Yeah, it's really very comfortable for me because I didn't have power to twist it before. Yeah, that's all. Oh, another thing. I remember that Madam Keshe, Carolina was saying that when she was in Africa, she was using CuO for disinfecting the meat and the eggs. She was putting the meat inside or spraying the CuO on over the meat and eggs and everything before eating. So I use CuO also for disinfection. But now that you talk about other things, for the freezer, somebody said I can put cup 1. I try that, seems it's okay. It's a good idea.
Yep,
That's
generally
all.
we just have to be a little careful with the CUO usage, and especially if it's really concentrated. So people have to just be leery of it in terms of its potency and have some respect. Use it as like you would use some kind of cleaning substance like bleach or something. If you use too much of it, then it's too strong and it'll hurt the surface. But if, on the other hand, if you use a small amount of bleach in water, it'll kill the bacteria and then you can drink the water. We used to do that out in tree planting camps. That's what they had as a standard disinfection of water, was to put bleach into the water. But you only put about I think it's a teaspoon per gallon or something like that, and enough to sterilize the water. And that's essentially what they do in to disinfect the water in many city water systems as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. By the way, I wanted for those who want to eat less, I tried cup 1 and 2, sometimes just 1. I put the finger in it. Well, I already said it. I put a little finger in it, and I really cut on meat. I mean, not even white meat, chicken and all that. So I really have no desire to eat meat since about a week. I was sometimes afraid, oh, if I don't eat, what am I gonna do? But it works. Amino acid of cup 1, I have my cup 1 going on, my cup of man, and it's still creating amino. So sometimes I put my small finger in the mouth first, and I put in that. I don't know what difference it makes. And I put it in my mouth after that, the amino acid, and it really works.
And what do you mean by really works? What is this sensation or feeling you get from that? I know when I did it, I had an immense satisfaction of, it felt like I was having almost like a steak dinner or something. I don't eat meat normally, but it reminded me of a barbecue, actually. What was it like for you?
For me, at first, because for me, food is comforting also. I was afraid I have no comforting, but I tried to eat the comforting foods, which I was never eating, the small things you buy in supermarket, which are very delicious. Tamara, we call it, the egg of the fish with creams and all that, which is delicious for aperitif. I started to eat these kind of things because I had no appetite to eat anything else, but they are so good. And then I get used to it. I don't feel any difference from beef. It's just amazing that when I make chicken at home, or because mostly we eat chicken or fish, I really have no desire. So it's good because I don't waste my time at night to eat and digest and all that. At night, it's very good. And in the morning, I eat. I like to eat in the morning, and then I take my amino acid, and I really feel. No, I have no idea which comes to my mind. I just want to see what happens later. Nothing. Because I'm busy, honestly. Between the videos to watch, try to do some exercise and all that. And it's very nice in here at this time. And we don't have many people in the streets, so it's nice to walk and enjoy the good air these days.
Yeah, it's good times from the virus, eh?
Yeah, we don't have too many people in here.
Yeah, I really enjoy all that. The better air, less people. And to me, it's been a win-win situation. But now everyone's going back to work. There's more traffic, and we're starting to get the old system kicking in again. I don't know if people are going to buy into it or not, though. It's hard to say.
See what happens.
Yeah.
I drink I drink only 50 milliliter of cup 1 a day, and sometimes cup 2. I cannot drink more.
Yeah, that seems like a good amount for maintenance.
Thank you, Rick, for your program.
Thank you, Marinus. Okay, anybody else or any questions or comments? Kind of like to wrap things up soon here. It's been coming up in 4.5 hours, so should be an adequate amount of time for pondering for the next while. Gianni, you got your hand up. Go ahead.
Quería compartir otra cosa. John, ¿estás?
I want to sharing other things with us, with yours.
Acum un an am arătat în Plasma Reactor Group experimente făcute în vase mici cu plante care continuă viața.
1 year ago, I presented in Plasma Reactor Group the experiment with the plants in the little jars. Ultimele cuvinte le-am reținut. Fraze scurte, Gianni, te rog, fraze scurte. Ultimul, deci vase mici.
Vase mici în care am utilizat câmpurile plasmatice.
Where I utilized the plasma fields.
Cred că în momentul când deschid camera și arăt, Rick își amintește și ceilalți.
If I open my camera, I think Rick is member and everybody else also.
Clar, dacă sunteți de acord.
Clearly, certainly, if you allow, if you agree.
Yeah, sure, that should be fine. Do I have to do anything? I can ask you to start video if that helps.
Poți să-i dai la camera, dacă te ajută.
There we go. Just a second here while I get you bigger in my picture.
Se poate vedea, da?
Yes. You can see.
Yeah.
Aici avem...
No, we don't. The picture just disappeared.
The camera is closed. Okay. Spotlighting.
Aici avem apă, soluție din reactor cu CO2 și ZNO.
Here we have the plasma water with CO2 and zinc oxide.
Și aici un cub de cristal, un con.
Here I have the cone of crystals.
Și o floare normală care nu este numită nemuritoare.
With the flower, inside I have the flowers. It's not calling immortalis.
Care am pus-o fără să aibă apă și se vede cum a continuat viața și are semințele.
I put it without water and it's continuing keeping and making the seeds.
Nu se vede foarte clar, dar o să arăt imediat și la microscop.
It's not see very clearly, but I show in the microscope.
În acest con de sticlă este doar planta, doar floarea, fără tulpină, fără frunze.
In this cone of glass, I have the flower without root, without the shape, the corp of plants.
Fără
only the flower, without the liquid.
Doar a stat deasupra plasmei cu gans și aminoacid.
Is sitting only in top of plasma water with amino acid.
Opresc acum camera video ca să pot să arăt la microscop.
I stopped the camera for showing the picture of microscope.
Și vă rog dacă aveți întrebări până ce conectez microscopul.
If you have the question, meantime I prepare the microscope.
Trebuie să mă deconectez și pe urmă să conectez microscopul ca să arăt.
It's needed to disconnect me, connect the microscope and reconnect me for showing the picture in the lifetimes.
Doar partea video.
Only the video parts. Sincerely, for me, it's very difficult when I listen to Gianni and John because he's speaking a lot of words. John keeping the essence of in translation, but sometimes is lost in the one word, one virgulate. It's changed the sense of phrase. For this reason, I asked Gianni always keep short.
Am pornit microscopul.
I started a microscope.
Și acum arăt cum arată o plantă care își continuă viața după un an.
And now I show it how to this plant after 1 year is continues keeping the life, continue the life.
Încerc să toc. Da, iubire. A sosit Adora la laborator. Scuzați că opresc microfonul. Un moment.
Sorry, I mute my mic because it's
no. Adora. Hola.
Hola.
Bună, Adora.
Încerc să fac o imagine cât mai clară.
I try to make in the one clear picture for focusing.
Hola, Dora. Hola, Dora. Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Me llamo Dora.
¡Qué linda!
Cred că se poate vedea.
I think it's seeing the roots and it's not the yes, it's micro roots growing in this plant. Yes, Johnny, it's seeing clear.
Așa arată după un an de zile și asta se poate vedea în plasma reactor grup și în testimoniale. V-aș ruga să vorbiți puțin mai încet, vă rog, nu mai puțin.
How in this manner it's seeing one plant after 1 year. If you know and you like it, you see in the plasma reactor in the testimonial, international testimonial of KS.
So I'm trying to understand, Dan, is that the roots or the flowering part of the plant?
Is the part of flower plants.
Okay.
Atât am vrut să arăt. Opresc share-ul.
Thank you. It's just this what I want to show. I stop sharing.
Și am vrut să clarific că am obținut același rezultat cu orice floare.
And I want to clarify I obtained this result with any flowers.
Și Adora a spus orice floare la care îi dăruiești.
And Adora, okay. And Adora saying all the flowers with you giving. It's giving something.
Thank you.
Thank you, like Jola said.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Jalal.
Dan, it's Dean here. Can you ask Gianni a very quick question? With all his experiences with all his animals and things, I've got a friend here who's got a problem with his dog where he's got some fleas, and I can see the dog's in distress. Has Gianni had any experience with what to spray, which GANs or which one to use to actually eliminate or move the fleas on so they don't want to stay there?
Let me ask him. Gianni, cu alte experiențe care le ai acolo cu animalele, cu animăluțele, întreabă Dean. Are un câine, hai să zice, un pic stresat, cu probleme. Cu ce poate să stropească ca să rezolve problema? Adică să se simtă confortabil.
Problema nu este a cățelului, ci este a stăpânului.
The problem is not from the dog, it's the problem of master. It's both. Yes.
Noi am obținut în următorul mod.
We obtain in this manner. Go ahead.
Mâncăm aceeași mâncare, la fel ca și cățelușii și pisicuțele.
We eat the same food like a doggy and a kitty.
Și nu intră vreodată în stres.
And never is stressing, which means keep the balance.
Prima afirmație a fost o glumă.
The first affirmation is a joke.
Dar am observat că dăruind din suflet, cum a spus și Adora puțin mai devreme.
But when I see if you give from your soul, your heart.
Pisicii, cățelușii, sufletele care le numim animale, se comportă echilibrat.
All the souls, doggy, kitty, and every soul in surrounding, it's behavior in the equilibrium, in balance mode way.
Animalele.
And Adora saying, I love all the animals.
Nu a fost necesar să le pulverizăm, pentru că înțelegem că nu este necesar în cazul nostru.
Pentru că iubesc și înțeleg limbajul animalelor.
I intend it's in understanding the language of animals, saying Adora. It's not needed to spraying the animals. It's always keeping in eyes, in mind. Everything is balanced.
Cred că Adora a clarificat mai mult decât tot ce am încercat să spun vreodată. Mulțumesc.
I think Adora is clarify all what I say till now.
Thank you, Gianni. The owner of the dog is he has certain qualities that he may need to satisfy. So I suppose that's one way of saying it. And it's the dog I know has eats all the certain foods that are not like your dogs. It doesn't eat what they eat. It's mass produced dry foods and stuff like this, so it's a completely different sort of environment, and this guy is just on the very first steps of learning the plasma, so he has no knowledge of the plasma. He's a very intellectual, very beautiful person who's got many qualities within him, and I know that once it forms part of his life, it would be a very beautiful being. So it will work. Thank you.
Thank you. Și pot să spun ce înțeleg acum și cum am spus la alți prieteni care m-au întrebat același lucru.
All I can see spoken, it's what I say from everybody with ask me the same things.
I-am rugat să pulverizeze mâncarea, chiar dacă o cumpără de la supermarket, mâncare pentru câini.
I asked him the spraying the food if you buy from supermarket for dog or spray
Cu apă plasmatică din Ocupă o Viață.
with plasma water from 1 cup of salt.
Dar le-am sugerat să introducă în mâncare și legume proaspete.
But I suggest introducing this food, the vegetable, how to say, fresh.
Fresh. Adora spune că din grădina noastră, clar.
For our garden, saying Adora.
Am observat că după o perioadă,
after sometimes, one period of times, I observed,
schimbă comportamentul,
change the behavior,
chiar și mirosul.
and even the smell.
Dar am mai făcut un lucru.
I'm making another things.
Le-am sugerat celor care au prieteni de companie,
I suggest who have the friend of company, doggy and cat and other animals,
să le pună mâncarea ca să fie tot timpul.
they're putting the food for having all the time, which means not
program.
Orary program.
Sufletele numite animăluțe și-au schimbat comportamentul total.
The soul of these animals, it's change radical the behavior.
Și comunicarea față de stăpân.
The communication with the I don't like to say master. The companion.
Yes, și față de persoanele din jur.
And the person surrounding.
Mulțumesc pentru întrebare.
Thank you for asking.
Thank you, Gianni. You've just confirmed all the beautiful knowledge that I learned at the Oasis Provençal. Thank you very much. Very beautiful. Thank you to all. Thank you.
Mi-a confirmat tot ceea ce am învățat în Oaza Provence. Oricum, o să mai înțeles. Nu vreau să mai repet timpul lui Rick. I don't want to wrap the time of Rick because I know it's needed to rest for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Lovely, and thank you for the translating, Dan. And big thanks to John as well earlier for translating as well. And of course to Gianni for lots of presenting today. Really great to see the work you're doing, Gianni. Congratulations.
Thank you, Rick. Și Dan, te-aș ruga să traduci. Adora tocmai a spus te iubesc, Keshe.
Adora is just saying I love you, Keshe.
Și este prezentă cu noi și cu Nico la prezentările care le facem la crearea de sisteme OASIS.
Is present in all the teaching meetings where we participate and where is in place making the OASIS and other things, device and everything else. Is present, always present. This little child.
Încă o dată mulțumim domnului Keshe, doamnei Carolina și tuturor căutătorilor cunoașterii. Mulțumim, Rick, pentru dăruirea cu care faci de ani de zile acest lucru. Mulțumesc!
And again, I want to thank you, Mr. Keshe, Caroline, every searching knowledge seekers, and for you, Rick, because you keeping in these years spreading this knowledge, beautiful knowledge.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Johnny. Okay, anything else that we should be bringing up at this point in time?
Next time, my perception and my vessel, blue vessel in infrared, but not now.
All right, good. All right, I'd like to wrap things up for today's Keshe Plasma Reactor group. And I'm very thankful for everyone's participation and interactions today. It was really great to see the gardens of Johnny and all the other good topics and questions that came up. Thank you very much, everyone. This has been the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group for Wednesday, June 10th, 2020. And of course, I invite people into the Knowledge Seekers Workshop coming up on Thursday, June 11th. That's tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central European Time. As usual, every week for the last 331 Knowledge Seekers Workshops. And I think it's up to 332. If I'm correct, let me just double check on that. Yes, it'll be the 332nd Knowledge Seekers Workshop. And the one after that will be the 333rd, 333, which adds up to 9. I think that'll be a really special one. But we shall see. Every Knowledge Seekers Workshop is special, and they seem to be becoming more important and more special as we go along. So we're lucky to live in these interesting times when this technology is being revealed to the average people of the world. And all of the work that's been done for the last decade or decades, in the case of Mr. Keshe and others who have been working toward this point in our evolution of mankind. It's really, really exciting times, and indeed we are all so fortunate to be alive at this moment, in spite of all the issues we may be dealing with in our physicality life. No matter what you say, this is the time to be living. This is an amazing transformation occurring on our planet, and it's worldwide, and we're here to witness it. So congratulations if you can, if you're within the sound of my voice, then you're one of the ones that are on the boat. So here we are, fellow voyagers. Okay, thanks everyone, and we'll see you next time around in the next public teaching, or if you happen to be part of the private teachings, then you might have classes there that you also attend. So I recommend people do become a Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute student, and you can check that out at the KF SSI website, where you can apply to be a student for 100 euros a year, or if you can't afford it, they do make exceptions for sponsorship on that. And it enables people to have access to previous thousands of hours of videos and teachings of Mr. Keshe and others from back to 2015. So that's another option for those that have the time, energy, and inclination for that aspect of the teachings.
Rick, don't forget, sorry for interrupting. Put the question, all the knowledge seekers, the topic before starting the lesson. tomorrow.
Yes, thanks, Dan. That's right. We're going to start the Knowledge Seekers workshop early for those that come in on the Zoom. And Mr. Keshe would like to hear from people what their questions are, what topics, what's of interest that they would like him to discuss during the workshop. So it's a good opportunity. Usually we accept questions and so on by email, but in this case, he wants to have it live and people there to ask a real question in the moment. And if it's appropriate, then he will discuss it during the workshop.
It's not only the question, it's the what you want I present you for you in these lessons, which means you want to talk about soul, you want to talk about Magrav, cup of life, how to extend the field of what you want, what your desire, what you wish for lesson from me in this lesson. It's not only about questions. Sorry.
Right, okay. So you can ask for what you wish for, basically, at this time. And so that'll be 15 minutes before the regular 9 a.m. Central European time, that the Zoom channel will be open, the Zoom room will be open, and people can participate there. So, anything else that we should mention? Any other announcements?
All transcribers, anybody who wishes to transcribe, it is such a wonderful way to help in the Keshe Foundation, and we can always use more transcribers. Thank you.
Thank you for putting in a plug for the transcribers. It's always welcome to promote transcribing. And
Rick,
that's how
I
first
can.
got
Sorry,
my,
Rick.
entry point into the Keshe Foundation. Go ahead.
Sorry, Rick, to interrupt you. I can second that. I've done some transcribing. It's a very beautiful way of learning the knowledge. You seem to, when you transcribe, you seem to be given the exact information that you need as a being. So it's very personal. Even though you ask for a certain line or something, you seem to get what you need. You receive what you ask for. So it's a very beautiful thing. So anybody who wants to transcribe, I can fully recommend it. It's be very rewarding for you as a person.
Yes, thank you, Dean. It's definitely a wonderful experience to be transcribing, and the words come alive as you. Sometimes you have to re-listen to it, maybe 6 or 8 or even 10 times the same line over and over in order to transcribe it exactly and properly. And sometimes that repetition really goes in deep because you hear them and understand the meanings on different levels. And sometimes it takes us several times to hear something in order to get to those deeper levels. Okie dokie, I think that's it for today. So once again, thanks everyone for attending, and see you next time around at the same bat time, same bat channel. Is it possible link Telegram fear? Telegram.
Sorry, link not. I'm sorry because I have the noise. It's a Telegram group of translating. But
link
I
here
manage.
that for the pardon me. You're what?
I searching in the Facebook and in the another Telegram for.
Also, there's that just reminds me. There's another group as well.
Announcing from Mr. Keshe yesterday.
Yeah. Just just trying to find it. I don't know. Oh, there it is. And there's a link. What's it called again? The group.
World Corona.
Is it World Corona? Is that what it's the new one? Full name?
I'm not sure.
I think it's something a little bit different. Let me just. I actually just joined up recently. There's Keshe World, One World Family, but that's already established. And just a second. Okay, let's go with the link here. It'll get me there. I'll put the link in. Oops, so we should be able to see it here. Do it this way. And then I'll find out where it goes to. So that should be the link. Just a second here while I find my browser.
Keshe World Corona. Keshe World Corona.
Nope. It's Keshe One Cup, One Life. I think it got changed. I think the name got changed. He was trying to change that as we were talking. So it's Keshe One Cup, One Life. Keshe One Cup, One Life, and that's the new group. It is like the worldwide group, I guess you might say. Where there's other Telegram groups for specifically for various jurisdictions and areas and countries and so on. This is the overall one, I guess you might say, or the main one that's acceptable for anyone around the planet that needs help and for those that can give help. It's the way I understand it. Can anybody else clarify more about the purpose of the group?
That's the way I understood it too. It's just for people who needed help so that people could monitor it and be able to give them directions where to get help and or find people in a more local way for them. And it's strictly for that. There's to be no other chat in there at all.
Right. And on the other hand, if you happen to be interested in transcribing rather than the One Cup, One Life group, then we have this link as the invitation to the Subtitles Telegram group. And people that are serious about doing subtitles, they're invited to join there. And please do. It's a friendly group, and people work kind of individually, but at the same time, they link together to help each other figure out what's going on and who takes on what and so on. And it's become less of a top-down directed group and more of an internally directed is the way I understand it. And that's the way things are kind of going with the Keshe Foundation, the way things get operated. So that's the way it seems to be, and so far so good. Would you say that, Elizabeth, or is that an
Absolutely
over-exaggeration?
No, it is definitely self-driven in that you are welcome in there if you are producing, and if after a month you have not been able to give your energy to the group, then you're probably going to be asked to leave. But the moment you're ready to give your energy, it's just We just don't want people in there who aren't contributing. So you can choose to do a full workshop on your own, which is a lot more challenging than if you just come in and do 100 lines or 200 lines. And you don't really get to choose your lines. It just comes first. It comes first come, first serve. So you just go in and say, I'm ready to do 100 lines. And wherever you are in the list of people are saying, I'm ready to do whatever amount of lines you're ready to do, you'll be placed in order as you just said, I'm ready. And then you'll receive 100 lines. And if you've asked for 200 lines, you'll get consecutive lines. And then near the end, if there's a few lines that are missing, then anybody who notices that nobody's put their name on it can offer to do it and go ahead and do it. I mean, it's a really beautiful. Ella's doing an incredible job, and her assistant Diane is also doing, and we support each other. You know, if there's a word you can't figure out what they're saying, you can put a question mark there with parentheses around it, or you can ask the team, anyone who has time to listen to it and give you what they think is being said, because sometimes it is very difficult to figure out a word, but a few other ears listening together, we can figure out the word. And Ella is very good at figuring it out. And I've got a pretty good ear, but we will develop such an appreciation for Mr. Keshe, and I know we all have one already, but when you are transcribing his words, it's as if you're touching his soul, or his soul rather is touching your soul. It's quite an incredible experience, and I highly recommend it for everybody who is
I
interested
have
in.
a question about that process. Do you think that, say, half a dozen or less people that were fast at transcribing could do it more or less in the moment with the addition of automatic, word transcribing, where it's really rough and people could interject and I'll take this line and fix that line and fix this one and kind of come up with a complete thing by the end of the workshop? It would be done in effect. You take
I
over
would,
from someone else that collapses from typing too much and so on. Someone else massages someone else's neck virtually while they're trying to type, and this kind of thing.
it's very possible. I mean, there's all interpretation when we're doing it automatically, like quickly. So there is a chance that there's something lost in the interpretation. But I am not a fast typer. I was always a hunt and pecker. So
Mm-hmm.
that wouldn't be me. I do it quite slowly. So no, I wouldn't be able to do it, but there may be. I mean, I
I
notice.
mean, I think, and if several people were doing it, then the person that's typist, the fastest typist, might be there typing away, but they make a few mistakes, and someone else comes in behind them, and a couple of lines down, that word gets corrected, and you're fast at reading it, so you can go down a couple more lines and correct that one other word, and so on, and sort of massage the document as it comes out. I'm thinking ideally in my mind, it'd be hard work because you'd have to be paying attention to the words of Mr. Keshe and also slightly removed as you're working on the actual document. So
I think the
it'd
truly
be
trained
difficult.
people, like like a court stenographer, would probably do a fantastic job.
Mm-hmm. Good point.
Anything would be better than the autocorrect. But the good thing about the autocorrect is we now know which words it makes over and over and over again. So before it's given to us, I think someone does go through a search and
Word
find
search thing.
to replace cash for cash and
Yeah.
guns for gans and the weird mistakes it makes. It would be great if there are any court stenographers out there or people with those kind of qualifications. Yes, in that
Yep.
case, I think they would be fantastic.
I've just decided to give their life to devote their life to the propagation of this technology and knowledge, and wanted to just link in as a generating a transcript generating machine Boy, that would be nice.
The Brazilian group is amazing. I'm not sure how they do theirs, but they are amazing. I would love to be able to embody their energy because they produce amazing work. Yay, Brazilian Portuguese speaking team. Wow.
Agree.
Well, must be, I'm sure there's lots of solutions and lots of volunteers that'll be coming along. We just have to stimulate a little bit, perhaps, if needed. So we shall see. Alrighty. Thanks for bringing that up.
Thank you, and I'm sorry to make you go almost to the, what, 5-hour mark now?
Oh, well, all part of the job description.
Yes, thank you
As
for
you
all
know.
that you do. Yes, thank you, and thank you for all you do. And to everybody, I really love we love we.
Yes, indeed. Okay, we're now whittled down to about half the people we started with, which makes sense because I think we have a biker convention coming in next that people are going to. So we have to allow time for that to take over here. And yeah, so once again, bye everyone. See you next time around. It's been the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group for Wednesday, June 10th, 2020. Been a blast. Thanks everyone. And bye for now. This is the real end of today's show only.